process of registration of these parties. People, I've heard some of Mr. Afasua's friends saying that was like a trap. When you know we can't fulfill this requirement, why did you register us in the first place?
Thank you very much. The first thing is that to INEC, there is no small party, there is no big party. Take the Edo governorship election that is coming up. There are 14 political parties. As far as we are concerned, every party stands a chance of winning that election. It depends on the individual parties what they do. Now, at the Federal High Court level, on this deregistration matter, we've had 6 judgments, 5 in favor of INEC, 1 against. Now, at the Court of Appeal, remember, the Court of Appeal is higher than the Federal High Court. Now, we have 1 against, 1 in our favor. What do we do? You know, Court of Appeal is superior to Federal High Court. And we felt that we cannot pick and choose. When issues like this come up, ordinarily it shouldn't come up, but it has come up. We have to go to the Supreme Court. If the Supreme Court, in its wisdom, decides that we should re-register the political party, so be it. But that interpretation has to be there. The insertion, that fourth alteration is for a purpose. And one of the questions that I ask these gentlemen when I see them is, you know, you are not looking at the provision of the fourth alteration. You say we have been unfair, we have done something, but the fourth alteration is there. Well, people are given different interpretations as to why political parties are formed, but I think that apart from having people of like mind and all of that, the purpose is also to win elections. And in Nigeria, there are extant rules. And if the rule says that in order for you to remain relevant, you must win a seat in XYZ election or BY election and so on and so forth. And the regulating body, which is INEC now, is now mandated to take action against political parties that do not win election. So that is the issue. Now, all of the political parties that went to court, they have not been able to tell Nigerians that they won any election, right?
But have they gone through the 3 circles? But have they all gone through the 3 circles? The presidential, the governorship, the local government, like Mr. Fasua raised. Have you allowed them?
Fantastic. INEC does not conduct local government election for the states. You understand?
Okay.
INEC conducts local government election for the Federal Capital Territory.
Okay.
And that only yardstick we can use to make a decision. Now, as an aside, Mr. Fasua knows, as all of them know, that at the local government level, all the local government elections that have taken place in this country, the ruling party wins 99.9%. So it's like, sometimes it's unbelievable, the kind of arguments they are putting up. Well, I can understand the investment, that's quite true. They invested money and all that. We don't pray for people to lose money. But we have this law slapped on us. And if we don't exercise that law, we could be called to question again. So my appeal is that, you know, the 16 political parties that are remaining, they will, by 2023, when we have a general election, they will go through the same process.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Fasua, I'm not the spokesperson of INEC, but I'm aware that some parties are even on the process of being registered. They have never been registered before, so INEC can as well tell you that they have no problem with the number. It is about the law. Don't you think we should give them a benefit of doubt that this intention is about the law and not to victimize any party?
We want INEC to stick with the law. Absolutely stick with the law. The law does not permit a policeman to catch an armed robber and shoot him to death immediately on the spot. That is not the law. That is impunity. That is the difference. So the law says if you catch an armed robber, rather than shoot him to death, arrest him, take him to a court of law, all right? And then let the cases be heard. And perhaps you have caught the wrong person. The law says that it is better to free 1,000 criminals than to execute a single innocent person. That is what we want INEC to do. Simple. We are gentlemen, and ladies in some of these parties. I may not be able to speak for all parties. INEC has the record of all parties, but a few of us have been cheated. We have been robbed by INEC, by the decisions. Again, I repeat, simple things. The law, as if we look at the letter of the law, and even the guys who went, they thought they were smart, who went and amended that constitution. They were trying to consolidate their position in APC, and some of them from PDP. Ekweremadu was one of the people who pushed that law. You see, listen, you cannot have disdain for the younger people of this country who have ideas and want to come into the political space by shutting them out. Mr. Rotimi said that 99% of elections are won at the local level by some of these parties, which ordinarily, well, is my friend, so I'll let that pass. However, the truth also is that listen, we're working on probabilities here. What if I put all my party's resources in Ondo State, in my local government in Akure South, in one ward, and I get my 25% in a ward? You haven't given me that opportunity to get that 25% in that ward. That's what we're saying. And Ondo State is part of Nigeria. Edo State is part of Nigeria. As a matter of fact, those elections must be postponed. Okay. Because you have disenfranchised by an illegal act, according to the appeal court, that your action was illegal and ultra vires to the constitution, and even to even common sense.
Mr. Faswa,
so those elections must be postponed so that we can get ready and also participate in those elections. That's the implication.
Mr. Faswa, we
won them. I wrote more than 10 articles on this, Premium Times, in Daily Trust and all that.
Okay, we have just 1.5 minutes to end this segment, so I'll give you 45 seconds each. Do you think that this is a good judicial precedent for your party to get released?
Absolutely. Absolutely bang on. And we're relying on that. Listen, what the other parties have not done, listen, we're not supposed to be groveling to INEC to say, Oga, please give us our license. But a license you have damaged already. Okay. On what basis do we rebuild the party? Which money? Whose money do we use to rebuild the party? The momentum that we're getting. It is not done anywhere that you will not, even in a university, if a student flunks an exam, you give him a receipt. How can you register parties and then they conduct one election and then you deregister them with impunity? You don't even allow them to complete the cycle.
Thank you so much.
Complete the cycle on your own, with your own interpretation, without interpreting what is Nigeria.
Mr. Faswa, your time is up.
6 states and the federal capital.
Thank you so much.
And of course, the INEC itself is the one that supplies the electoral register to the local government. So you can't even say that you supply to the CX, to the State Electoral Commission.
Thank you so much.
So you still have a hand in those elections.
Now, you have spent more than 45 seconds, so I'm going to be fair to Mr. Oyekamisu. So in 1 minute, how do you convince all the parties that you are an impartial judge, that you are not out to kill any partisan?
Thank you very much. In every action that we take, every time we design a policy, every time we take action, it is in compliance with extant rules, extant laws, and extant regulations. INEC has never gone outside the scope of law to act. And this is a very painful decision. I understand the passion. I've listened to several arguments by these political parties and all of that. But it's about qualification. It's about requirements. It's about what the law says. Now, Mr. Faswa, unfortunately, does not want to consult the National Assembly. But that, to me, is a mistake. Even if you don't like somebody and the person is in the position to help you, I think there's nothing wrong, even if for the sake of it, to hold a conversation with that person. I think that even as we speak, INEC is consulting with the National Assembly. Whether we like it or not, they are the ones that can make laws. We are asking them to amend the relevant sections of the Constitution and the Electoral Act to make the electoral process more credible and respond to the yearnings of Nigerians so that elections are more credible. That's the way it works. Now, if you don't want to do that, then how do you solve the problem? Judicial intervention sometimes may be a victory at some level, but that may be knocked off later. So what I'm saying is that this deregistration issue is not targeted at any political party. Otherwise, the 16 political parties that are on the list now wouldn't be there. So my appeal is that, look, let's come together. There is nothing that cannot be discussed. You go to the National Assembly, they are representative of people, take a look at this law. This law is not good, and the discussion continues. But you see, INEC has the responsibility to act on those aspects of the
Okay.
law which it has been mandated to
Thank
act
you so
on.
much.
And that's what we continue to do.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rotimi Oyekomi, Chief Press Secretary to the INEC Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Tope Fasua. And we sincerely hope that there will be a time for you to jaw rather than war over this issue. Thank you for your time.
We're still in war mode right now, actually.
And thank you for staying with us. Thank you so much. And thank you for staying with us, our viewers. We will take a short break now. And when we return, Muslim rights concern MURIC is accused of being sponsored by terror group. That is up next. We'll be right back after the break.
Oto Ilogbo, a slum in the midst of the city.
This community came into existence in 1993 in the absence of a mass house to the teeming Lagosians. That's why some of us come to this community and create something out of nothing.
This is home to different people who share one thing in common, which is living in deplorable conditions.
No dualization of roads, no drainage, no proper water, no toilets, nothing like school.
If I sick, there is no way to pass, and we don't have antenatal here.
Since when I come this Lagos, here I be staying. I have almost 8 children plus grandchildren now.
I do contest for councillor for 4 times. I contest for local government chairman 2 times. If you people are in the seat, you cannot do the needful. Let people like us be in that seat and make sure that my people benefited in governance.
Premise Friday, 1:30 p.m.
Welcome back. It's still Plots Politics. We are moving straight to the second topic of the day, where we are looking at the accusation against MURIC. A former Minister of Aviation, Femi Fani-Kayode, has called for an investigation into the allegations against the Muslim rights concern, MURIC. The Islamic group was accused of receiving money from the Islamic State of West Africa province, ISWAP. While responding to this, the director, Professor Ishaq Akintola, denied receiving any money from any terrorist group in or outside Nigeria and described the allegation as illogical and a wicked concussion. Joining us to discuss this is the man himself who responded to that accusation, Professor Ishaq Akintola, the director of MURIC. That's MURIC stands for Muslim Rights Concern. And also joining us in this conversation is a security expert from Abuja. That's Kabir Adamu. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, good to have you. Let me start with Prof to expatiate more on his response. As much as every Nigerian saw this as a very, I emphasize, strong allegation. And I looked at your document, but for the benefit of Nigerians, can you explain your clear reaction to that accusation?
In the first place, the group that accused us is not based in Nigeria. According to the report, it's based in Mali.
Mali, yeah.
The man is former security intelligence chief in Mali. And I wonder how he came about the name MURIC. We don't operate outside Nigeria at all. We've never done. And I want to suppose that the name of this group, Sahara Strategy Group, SSG, It's coming up for the first time. It's unknown anywhere in West Africa. It's unknown in Nigeria. We search in Google, that group doesn't exist. And of course, we didn't know, initially nobody knew where the post came from. Until in one post there was a Yoruba name. We searched, searched for the name, Akinlade Tunde. It revealed the name of a major in the Nigerian army. We want behind this big lie to come out into the open, like men, not as cowards, hidden. Murik is an Islamic organization whose motto is dialogue, not violence. For the first time in the history of Nigeria, we have an Islamic organization whose focus is human rights and which vows to avoid violence in all its activities. We've been on ground since 1994. We have never been involved in violence. We have always condemned Boko Haram, ISIS, ISWAP. So it is illogical that if ISWAP is going to give anybody money, it can never be Murik, because we have always opposed them, we've criticized them, we've always condemned killing. How can we be associated with bloodsucker? Those who kill women and children, those who attack diplomatic institutions like the United Nations, those who give Nigeria a bad name. It is a wicked lie from the pit of Jahannam.
Yeah, and this...
And Fani Kayode has no... Fani Kayode doesn't have the reputation to speak to Nigeria, asking for investigation into the allegation. We are asking also for investigation into those who brought the allegation. Is there any group called Sahara Strategy Group? This is a lie concocted by enemies of Islam, those who hate Muslims, people like Fani Kayode.
Okay, we'll come back to you, Prof. You actually captured the detail of that letter, but we'll get into some details later. And let me talk to Kabiru. I'm not trying to preempt your response, but I just want you to help us through more light. Prof is in the eye of the whole issue. So, but let's hear an outsider who probably will make sense of this. Now, the report is being described to have come from an intelligentsia, so to say, and from the way he captured it, you will almost believe that this man has an insight about what is going on in Nigeria, because he did say that Boko Haram is not so popular in the south, that is popular in the north, and Murik is being accused of recruiting, the northerners to be part of this thing. So, how do you make such strong allegation from probably a security intelligence, so to say?
In the world of international espionage and intelligence, this type of things are quite common. Sometimes to achieve a certain strategic objective, or unfortunately sometimes to destroy in order to find the loophole, as it were, to achieve another objective. Irrespective of what the reasons are, it is a very grave allegation that sparks of terrorism. Now, any group, irrespective of whether that group is a religious group, social group or political group that is accused of terrorism, then unfortunately it will be in the eye of the storm, as Murik is in the eye of the storm at the moment. Now, the good news is this, and this is perhaps an advice to Prof. Monies in today's world are transferred through means that are traceable. especially the amount that is being mentioned. We're talking of $200,000 US. If $200,000 is moved from whatever account, irrespective of where it is in the world, it is thrift. And in our case, in the case of Nigeria, the NFIU is usually there to trace the movement of that money. So I think the onus is on the accusing party to show clearly how that 200,000 was moved from wherever it was moved to the accounts of Murik. We know that in the intelligence world, there are different ways of using money. If it was through the formal means, then it was from an account to another account. If, however, it is not through the formal means, then there are other means through which the money was moved. But the onus is on the person making the accusation to clarify that. Now, having said that, given the significance of the accusation, I think there is a need for the Nigerian government in particular to come in, as well as international bodies, because $200,000 US can do a lot of damage. And so it is only proper for an investigation to be conducted. And if at the end of the investigation, it is proven that the allegation is spurious, it is not based on any fact, then the person making that accusation would need to be answered to the law due to the consequences of that accusation. Okay. But at this stage, all I can say is that it is a grave accusation that merits further investigation.
Thank you. Prof, let's quickly look at this. I'm aware, I'm speaking as an individual, that there's been a Cold War, sort of, war of words between Murik or your person and that of Fani Kayode. And can we look at the message? And the message seems to tally with what Mr. Kabiru had said. Why don't you allow investigation so that it will be clear to the doubting Thomas that Murik does not receive money from any terror group? Why do we need to castigate the demand for investigation? And probably I should also put it on record. We also tried to reach out to Fani Kayode to also come and expatiate on what he meant, but it's not reachable for now. But so let me have your take on looking at the message rather than the messenger.
Actually, there's no message. Murik is a poor organization, I repeat. We don't have the money. We've never seen anything like $200,000. We don't receive dollars. We don't receive any money from outside Nigeria. Murik has no connection with ISWAP, ISIS, or Boko Haram. How hypocritical would it look for Murik, the same Murik that used to condemn Boko Haram, condemn Al-Qaeda, to now go and take money to go and receive blood money for that matter? It is insulting.
Okay.
It is it's too paradoxical. A group that has always condemned the terrorists to now hobnob with them, collect money from them. Yes, our account is there for anybody to check. But of course, he who calls to whatever must come with clean hands. Those who are asking that Murik be investigated must also be investigated regarding their connection with this case. We must find out where is Sahara Strategy Group. We must find out what is Fani Kayode's connection with Sahara Strategy Group. That group doesn't exist. Let me tell you, 2 months ago, another fake Islamic group accused Murik of collecting 50 million naira from the Fulani group, Fulani Caliphate in Nigeria, with the aim of destabilizing Yoruba land. This issue is connected with the Oduduwa Republic, which they want to pursue. And Murik has stood up and said, no, Nigeria should not be divided. We don't need a Oduduwa Republic. Muslims are being persecuted in Yoruba land. And Murik is standing up against the oppressor, confronting them and saying, no, this is illegal, unconstitutional, unlawful. If you are persecuting us while we are still in Nigeria, you are persecuting us in Yoruba land. How can we support you to go into Oduduwa Republic? Because of that, they have branded us and labeled us agents of the Fulani, servants or slaves of the Fulani, and because of the same reason, they have concocted this story. What they mean to do is to blackmail us, silence us, because we are the defenders of the oppressed. We are the voice of the voiceless in this country.
Prof.
We are trying to.
Prof, let me stay with you before I go back to Mr. Kabiru. Probably you're not aware. I'm just trying to give you a feedback. Some of the things some people have against you is that why does it have to be fighting for the Muslims? Why don't you fight for the oppressed, irrespective of religion? Some people accuse you of being a fanatic. They believe that probably that's what gave, rise to some of the people.
They don't have any business accused. They don't have any business asking why we should be fighting for Muslims. We are Muslims. So why shouldn't we fight for Muslims? What's their business in asking that question? Why are they oppressing Muslims? You are begging the issue. The question should be, are Muslims being oppressed or not? People, Muslim students
you're a prof, so I'm not going to argue.
Because they use hijab.
I'm just saying that I also believe you also fight for the oppressed, irrespective of their religious affiliation, right?
Yes, it is our right. It's our right to fight for the oppressed, to speak for the voiceless. But in particular, we are Muslims, and this organization was formed, named Muslim Rights Concern.
Okay, thank you very much.
And we have the right to defend Allah given and fundamental human rights of Muslims. Is that why we should be blackmailed? Is that why we should be given name? Is that why they should turn us into terrorists?
Okay, thank you so much.
Let's investigate all.
I will come back to you.
If it's not connected with this rumor, if it didn't investigate it, let them investigate those behind Oduduwa Republic. Let them investigate after the fact and their connection with Oduduwa Republic. This is where we're going.
Okay, I'll come back to you to round up this conversation, but let me quickly get Mr. Kabiru's touch on this issue. Like I said, they will say it is those that wears the shoe that know where it pinches, so we can understand Prof's position on this issue. But going forward, how do we, as a country, detect whoever may be sponsoring terrorists? Because that conversation has been on for a long time. How do we detect how these terrorists have been surviving? Where do they get their funds from? This is a conversation that has been on the table. Can you please advise?
The mechanisms are already in place. The only perhaps question is whether they are effective or not. Earlier on, I spoke about the NFIU, the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit. Today, if you go to a bank, I think for a private individual, if I'm right, it's 500,000 naira. And then for corporate organizations, maybe, I'm not sure of the amount anyway. But the point I'm trying to make is if you do a transaction up to a certain amount as a private individual, it is traced. If you do a transaction of a particular amount for a corporate organization, it is traced. And I'm very certain that the amount is way, way, way below the 200,000 US dollars that is mentioned. For an international transaction, any transaction that you do internationally, no matter the limit, it is traced. You must state why you are making that transaction, and then the relevant agency will look into it.
It is supposed to be traced?
Come again?
It is traced or it is supposed to be traced?
Well, for international transactions, I will tell you it is traced. If you have any relative, any friend in the US or in Europe, send him money today. And believe me, give him time. The agencies will knock on his door.
Okay.
But for Nigeria, I will use it is supposed to be traced.
Okay.
So I agree with you to an extent. But beyond that, I would like to comment on the callous statements by some elites, including, unfortunately, the person asking for Murik to be investigated. he has made some very callous statements in the past. I say this with all sense of responsibility as a security professional. My field that I have a doctorate in is risk management. And there are two tectonic plates that Nigeria is lying on: religion and ethnicity. This particular accusation targeting Murik is affecting one of those tectonic plates, which is religion. And in an area where religion, unfortunately, has been quite docile, if I use that word. The model that Western Nigeria has used for tolerance is something that is exemplary worldwide. Now there is an attempt to break that model. And I think the Nigerian state as a whole needs to investigate fully this accusation. Firstly, investigate that consultancy or whatever it calls itself, Sahel Strategy Group, investigate it clearly. Now, secondly, if there are facts that it has to support that accusation, then investigate that. And then if, of course, there is a transfer from wherever to Murik of $200,000 US, Murik must explain what those monies are and why it collected that money. If, however, there is no transfer of such nature, then the Nigerian state as a whole must use its power to descend on that organization that made that serious accusation. For the simple reason that the tectonic plates that Nigeria lies on, ethnicity and religion, is being attacked. And how we handle this, as it were, will determine the outcome of this accusation. Already beyond Fani Kayode, I've seen several other socio-cultural and ethnic groups calling for an investigation.
My time is really fast spent. Thank you for your time. But let me quickly get to Prof for a closing remark. And I hope he has covered some of the things Murik is asking for. So I'm just asking Prof to clean it up.
Are you for me now?
Yeah, I'm for you, sir. Just to ask what exactly you're asking for. Maybe in the next 60 seconds.
Murik supports investigation. But the investigation has to be comprehensive. We don't have any secret. We have only one bank account. Murik has only one bank account. And we have never had such huge money. We don't have 5 million. We don't have 6. We don't even have 3. 2 months ago, we were begging to pay salaries of our staff. This is very wicked. It was Nigerian Muslims, grassroots Muslims, whom we like. People started donating 2,000, 1,000 naira, 5,000 naira. A student, an 18-year-old girl, donated 500 naira. It's moving, highly inspiring. They started assisting us because they saw that we were performing and yet we are poor.
Thank you so much.
What is wrong? Is there any crime we have committed when our members support us with their contribution? It is done in the church.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you for your insight. That's Professor Ishaq Akintola, the director of of Muslim Rights Concern. Thank you for your time. And once again, thank you, Kabiru, for your insight. And we hope that this issue will be thoroughly investigated and very, very comprehensively done, as both of you have asked for. And to our viewers, we'll take a short break now. And when we return, I'll be giving you my take. Please don't go anywhere. Here is my take, especially it has to do with the delisting of the 22 political parties. As this adjudication proceeds to the Apex Court, there are fundamental issues that the court may not be the resolution house, but the people. Yes, there is freedom of association. Yes, it is the right of anyone of voting age with necessary conditions to vote and be voted for. It is the right of a group of people to provide a viable alternative to the two main political parties. However, it is also incumbent of these parties to be more deliberate in their strategies to achieve these goals rather than making up numbers and flashing the title of former candidates and former aspirants. It is incumbent on these fellows to do proper opposition in and out of election period. Therefore, I submit that if there is no seriousness in these parties, they can as well not waste the time of Nigerians with long lists of political parties with title or zero impact on the electorate. And that's all for today. Thank you for staying with us. Plus Politics returns tomorrow, same time. Until then, stay safe and have a good evening. I am Kayode Ladende, saying bye for now.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they are also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Hey, what's up? What's going on? It's Dice Ills, aka Mr. Miyagi, and we're just gonna give a few words to every up-and-coming artist or every dream chaser out there trying to be successful. I started off with just a dream and an undying passion to become Dice. Back in the day, a lot of people told me it wouldn't happen. A lot of people told me my dreams were too big. But one thing that I never stopped doing is I never stopped believing, and I never stopped having passion. And that's what you need to do as well. And when you ever hit success, never forget where you're coming from, because that's the only way that you can stay grounded. So believe in yourself, stay prayerful, and be passionate. One love. Bless.
Truth is, I've always wanted to be an actor in a terrain where people thought, oh, you may not fit in, this may not be the thing for you. I've always been desirous of being an actor, and you know, one of my biggest people mentors, or who I look up to, or the character I want to play, is even playing James Bond sometimes. But it's been a long journey for me. I didn't get here. Last year, 2019, I won Best Actor 2019 for Maya Awards, and I didn't get there all in one day. I've done a lot of things. I've worked in the bank. I worked in the bank for 9 years. I've done real estate. I've sold cars. I've sold lands. I've gone through the highs and lows. And you know, initially, when I told people that I was leaving, I've been doing acting all my life, but when I told people I was going to leave and go full stream and full line into acting, people told me, you know, don't go for this. I don't think that's what you should do. Maybe this is not for you. And it was a tough call to make. It was a tough decision to make, but I eventually decided that I was going to go for it. And I went from audition to audition to audition to audition to audition to audition till I got my first major job, and that led to my second, third, fourth, fifth. And I decided to go and upskill myself and go to film school, you know, in the US. And I came back and I got a fantastic opening, a cinema movie where I played leading man with Omotola Jolade called The Tribunal. So it's been a very, very long journey. But one thing I can say is that whatever path you choose in life, as long as your heart is there, stick with it.
18 years down the lane, I'm still doing my thing as a stand-up comedian and also a master of ceremony. I've been through the vicissitudes of life. It was not like this before. I remember those years when when I was still in Warri, when I would go from show to show, looking for a platform to express myself. Thank God for helps around me, but it wasn't easy. Because I had to convince people that, oh, hey, try me out, I'm funny and all that. I had to trek many times. Even when I moved to Lagos, oh God, I trekked all kinds of distance just to attend shows, just to maximize the opportunities I had. It wasn't funny. I had to squat with squatters. I lived with people that were living with people. It was that bad, but hey, all our stories now. I'm here, and I'm not where I want to be, but I'm not where I used to be. So don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on your dreams. As long as you believe you can do it, yeah, in spite of the pitfalls, of the shortcomings, still move on. Stand up, dust yourself off the ground, and move on. All right. there are more to conquer than you have conquered.
There was once upon a time in my life when I was doing this MC work and all these things, hosting gigs, and I did an event. I won't say the name of the organization, but you know, when they say, "Oh, we'll give you honorarium," I'm like, "Oh, okay, great." And it's not a small organization. And when they finished, I got 25K. So I used the money with the love of God, fueled the car, and then kept the change to buy granules, sauce, and got the egg on the road. When it's your time, it's your time. Don't rush it, don't force it. What's yours is yours. What's meant to be yours will be yours. Nobody can take it away from you because you are you in yourself. Know your creator. And that way, you know that your creator did not create a joke. So therefore, just believe in yourself and your time will come. I love you guys. Thank you.
When I was younger, I had just lost my father. And it was at the time when, you know, we had that television that you open and close like cupboard. Okay, I know that a very high number of people may not understand this. And I came back. Our TV was not there, but our neighbor had bought a new kind of TV. It was colored, and all the kids in the neighborhood were sitting on the floor watching this TV. And then I came back from lesson, saw everyone sitting down there. It looked a bit different from ours, and the pictures looked finer because it was colored. And I stood by the curtain, and this lady just pulled the curtains together and shut me out. I felt bad. But I was also a big-mouthed young child. So I went to her and I said, because of me, you pulled the curtains together, right? The next time you look at that your TV, you will see me there. It was a joke. I mean, like, okay, it wasn't a joke, but I didn't know how it was going to happen. But I just wanted to tell her that she had no right to shut me out. And I went to school and I got this, the principal came in and said, Kami Shekie is looking for you. You're going to open up ROS TV. And guess what? When she put on her TV at 4 p.m., 2 months after, I was a continuity announcer who opened up that station. So don't be afraid and don't worry about how anyone looks at you right now. Worry more about how you see you. Worry more about what you intend to do with you. Worry more about how convinced you are about anything that you want to do. It doesn't matter. People can close their windows, close their doors, tell you to get out, tell you to sit down, tell you to go to bed. It's okay. They are not God. He has a final say. But guess what? You have the final work. Because if you don't work and work towards it, God is just going to stand there waiting. It is what you give to Him that He will enhance. I hope this does somebody some good. We're all stars, I tell you. When you look up, you see a lot of them. I'm sure you're up there and shining, okay? So please, put some glow to your own star. Love ya!
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are the stories making the headlines. I am Osao Gie Ogbonwa. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, has announced 423 fresh cases of COVID-19 in the country. The NCDC made this known on its official Twitter handle on Tuesday. It also said 6 deaths were recorded in the country. The health agency said that the new cases were spread across 21 states and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. The new cases takes the country's total tally to 47,290. Of the figure, Lagos has 117 new cases, followed by the FCT with 40 cases, while Ondo and Rivers State recorded 35 and 28 cases respectively. Osun has 24 more, Benue with 21, Abia with 19, Ogun State with 19 also, Ebonyi 18, Delta and Kwara with 17 each, while Kaduna and Anambra both have 15 and 14 cases respectively. Among other states with new cases were Ekiti with 11, Kano with 9, Imo 6, Gombe 4, Oyo 3, Bauchi 1, Edo and Nasarawa also with 1 each. The health agency said a multi-sectoral national emergency operations center activated at level 3 had continued to coordinate the national response activities across the country. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Onyema, has recovered from COVID-19. The minister had announced on July 19th that his 4th COVID-19 test returned positive after he felt a slight irritation in his throat. The minister, a member of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 and one of those driving the fight against the pandemic, especially regarding the repatriation of stranded citizens abroad. Announcing via his verified Twitter handle on Wednesday, the minister wrote that his latest COVID-19 test result came back negative after 3 weeks isolation. And the Federal Executive Council, FEC, on Wednesday observed a 1-minute silence in honor of 2 former ministers, retired Rear Admiral Olufemi Olumide and retired Major General Sam Moma, who died at the age of 82 and 77 respectively. Olufemi Olumide served as Federal Commissioner for Transport and Federal Commissioner for Works under the administration of former Head of State Yakubu Gowon and Murtala Mohammed respectively. Late Moma was also former Minister of Science and Technology under the late Sani Abacha's regime. Nigerian governors have asked President Muhammadu Buhari for a bailout fund to address the security situations in their states. The governors made the submission on Tuesday at a meeting between President Muhammadu Buhari, members of the Nigerian Governors Forum, Security Council, and security chiefs at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. The meeting, held via video conferencing, was also attended by the Vice President Yemi Osinbajo. In a statement signed by the President Buhari's spokesperson, Garba Shehu, Governor Kayode Fayemi of Ekiti State, in his remark, urged the president to consider a bailout for states, especially as governors allowed the federal government to withdraw $1 billion from the excess crude account for the procurement of weapons to fight insecurity in the country. In their submissions, anchored by Governor Kayode Fayemi of Ekiti State and Governor Babagana Zulum of Borno State, the governors highlighted the problems of poverty, unemployment, and trust deficit between the military and civilian populations and the inflow of small arms into the country. We're now joined via phone by Mukhtar Mohammed, a financial analyst. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
How do you describe this move by governors? This is not for salary this time, but to fight insecurity. What are your thoughts?
Sometimes it confuses me the way the governors think, and sometimes that's why we are where we are today as a nation, because of the type of governors we have or the type of people that govern us. All they always think when there's any crisis is either bail me out, bail out, bail out. Nobody look inwardly to address the root cause of the problem. Now you're talking about having a bailout fund for security. What happened to the security vote that is being given to governors? How do you account? Are they the one is it the government that funds the police? Is it the government that is funding the military? Those are federal agencies. They are federal government funders. So what do you actually need security fund, bailout fund for? They need to come out clear, unless the federal government is saying that we have handed over the security apparatus to the state government to fund. Because I don't understand what you mean by you want to start fund, you need bailout fund. It's very appalling.
Let me also ask, because this also most likely brings forward the question of fiscal federalism once again. Do you think that maybe this is another sign that fiscal federalism is the way out, where states should be able to fend for themselves instead of going cap in hands to Abuja all the time?
Well, I don't think Nigerians, governors or Nigerians are ready for federalism at the moment because we are so used to the way we do things. So I don't know if you put it to the governors today and you say you want to fit a federalism, most of them will go against it because they have seen the type of bottle federalism that will operate that make them to go to Abuja anytime they need fund as a better way than thinking inwardly in solving their problem. So I don't think the governors will support that. But for me, the way to go in security is to really spell it out. Because even when the governor himself have complained, governors have complained that they don't have control over even the commissioner of police. They don't even have control over the military. They cannot give order to the police to come in. They cannot give order to the military, despite being the chief security officer of the state. Those are the points I think the governor should be driving to the president on how to address that point, not always looking for bailout funds.
And is it also high time that we take a look at the security vote idea towards states? Is it high time that we start to ask questions about what state governments are using these funds for?
We've asked that question severally, and I think maybe we have to ask again, because these funds are not funds that are accounted for. The governors never accounted for those funds. The security votes just come in and they use it the way they deem necessary. So we've seen issues whereby security votes have taken governors to court, and at the end of the day, the court gives judgment in favor of the governors because there's no clear constitutional backing for how you spend the security vote. It's more or less like a pocket money you give to the governor. They decide what they want to do with it. I think it's high time, especially with the situation that we are in as a nation now, I think it's time we will begin to look at those security votes, whether they are really what is needed to be done at the moment.
And also something that I would ask, do you think the federal government even has the wherewithal to bail states out, currently seeing the economic effect that COVID-19 has had on the country?
I think that's why I told you I'm surprised, because even the governors know that the federal government is struggling. The federal government is borrowing left, center, and right. The federal government is going cap in hand, begging Chinese, begging ADB, begging World Bank. The Naira is getting the beating of his life like he has never been before. We are looking for a way avenue to salvage the Naira through intervention. The CBN, the federal, they have not been able to intervene. And here we come. The government always know where the fund is. They are talking about 1 billion. They are talking about SS crude account. They are not looking at the economic implication of how to get Nigeria out of the current pandemic in terms of economic hardship the people are suffering. They are always looking at way to bail out, and that bailout at the end of the day, they cannot account for it. So for me, I don't think the governments are being wise, knowing that fully well that the federal government is even struggling, even funding their own budget. So how do you now want them to fund a bailout fund for you because you have a security challenge that is not even directly under your control, it's still under the control of the federal government?
Mukhtar Mohammed, thank you so much for your thoughts and thanks for sharing with us.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
The Imo State Police Command has paraded 67 members of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, who were allegedly on their way to fortify themselves against bullet penetration in Ohaji Egbema local government area of Imo State. Briefing news met at the command headquarters in Owerri, the capital of Imo State. The Commissioner for Police, Isaac Akimoede, said the operatives of the command, in conjunction with the Nigerian Army, arrested the IPOB members, including their native doctor, Cyprian Amadi. The police commissioner said the group were allegedly planning to attack security operatives with the aim of snatching weapons. The group confessed to being members of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB.
At about 9:30 hours, operatives of the 34 Field Artillery Brigade, while on duty at Umahu, the Egbema checkpoint, intercepted 67 members of this IPOB and called for reinforcement from the Divisional Police headquarters at Egbema, and they were obliged. The operatives of the division mobilized to the scene and assisted in evacuation of the suspects to the Divisional Police headquarters for further action.
We all know how things are in our country, and we are IPOB members. In our bushes, you see these Fulani men here and there. Even my farm last year, this cow ate everything, and we're all afraid. We don't know how to, for security. So when they, decided to, like the IPOB members, most of the time we go to attack us. Most of the time we go on the road, we're having problems. So for security purpose, for you to escape from the flying gun and whatever, whenever we are going for a meeting. So we now decided to go for fortification. And we were on our way going, this poor couple said that they want to know where we are going. So we obeyed and we cooperated with them. And that was it. We thought that it's something that we just settle and everybody will go. Either they tell us to go back or to go where we are going. They started molesting us, they started teaching us, giving us some sort of treatment. Look at my head. My head was broken. Till now I've not gotten myself all over my back, all the places. We were beating up everybody. We are beating mercilessly for just no cause. We have no weapon, we have no gun, we have nothing. We didn't fight, we didn't quarrel, just we are going on our own business.
I'm going to be. I'm going to
Okay, I share the na agbo. Masị na gị na-eme ndị IPOB ọgwụ ha na-eji agbaghị.
Some members of the road transport workers in Ekiti State stormed the State House of Assembly to protest an alleged imposition of an unrecognized person in their union by the Chief of Staff to the Governor of Ekiti State, Biodun Omole. They alleged that the imposition was done by the Chief of Staff to break their rank and file because of his ambition to govern the state in 2022. Some members of the road transport workers have been attacked over the weekend as the crisis seems to be gathering momentum. Receiving them at the House of Assembly, the Chairman Security Committee of the Assembly said a thorough investigation will be carried out on the allegations, stressing that the members should maintain peace. The Chief of Staff explained that there is no truth in the allegation that he was imposing a candidate on the union. He said he was alerted of the crisis rocking the road transport union and he swung into action by calling a meeting to reconcile all factions.
The Chief of Staff to the Governor is trying to impose one boy called Bayo Adeniyi to our union. And our union, we have constitution. Constitution back us for what we are doing. We are here, we people that we are here, we can select between ourselves. Nobody can select to us. Nobody can impose anybody to us. That Damale we are talking about is trying to have ambition. That is the reason why we want to withdraw Mentilo to get the ambition.
The complaints and the allegations that we are brought before us, we are going to investigate it, and we are giving them time that by this time next week they should come back to us so that we can tell them whatever is going on. But we are appealing to them that they should we should allow peace to reign. They should maintain status quo and allow peace to reign in the state.
The union, the road transport union, had been factionalized from the national and is now manifesting in the state. So basically, the pretense that was not disclosed to us ab initio now was uncovered yesterday. The state was not interested in who controls the leadership. The state interest is in the peace of the state. At the end of the day, the factions were advised to maintain the peace and to observe the status quo.
The news continues shortly after this break. Stay with us.
Quality wire, and quality cables. For quality wire, quality cables. Coleman will light up your life, brothers. It's original quality wire. Wait there, it can't pay. Cable for any type of project. Delay. Light up your life, light up your house. Coleman won't light up your life. Coleman, who be the master for cable? Coleman, who be the master for wire? Coleman, original quality cable. When you feature for any kind of project. Coleman, original quality, durable, trustable.
Welcome Welcome back. And now for stories across Africa. South African Health Minister Zweli Mkhize says COVID-19 infection rate appears to be stabilizing in South Africa as fewer daily confirmed cases were reported. The minister, however, cautioned against drawing any conclusions from the significant decline in daily COVID-19 infection rate. South Africa reported a total of 566,109 confirmed cases, 2,511 of which were reported in previous 24 hours. For several days, daily confirmed cases in the country have hovered around 3,000, compared with about 10,000 a week ago. The recovery rate has also gone up 75%. And the people of Bougainville began voting in a general and presidential election on Wednesday, August 12th, after the South Pacific island nation overwhelmingly voted to be independent from Papua New Guinea in 2019. The election is the first since the independence referendum, and the winner will preside over negotiations on the terms of separation. Voting will continue until September 1st. Almost 98% of the 181,067 votes cast in the referendum in November 2019 backed independence in the non-binding poll that is a part of a peace pact struck in the aftermath of a decade-long war between Bougainville's rebel fighters and Papua New Guinea's forces, which ended in 1998. And now on the foreign scene, Belarus says on Wednesday that police had fired live rounds at protesters in the city of Brest and arrested more than 1,000 people nationwide, intensifying a crackdown that has prompted the European Union to weigh new sanctions on Minsk. Security forces have clashed with protesters for 3 consecutive nights after President Alexander Lukashenko claimed a landslide re-election victory in a vote on Sunday that his opponents say was rigged. Hundreds of protesters took to the streets on Wednesday again on the same matter. And 3 people were killed in the southern Indian city of Bengaluru after violence erupted between police and protesters over a reported derogatory Facebook post about the Prophet Muhammad. The violent protest saw thousands taken to the streets late on Tuesday. A group of people gathered outside a police station and clashed with officers and burned several police vehicles. A curfew has been imposed in the surrounding areas to restrict movement, the police said. And up next is our business news. And now in business, members of the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria in the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources and some of its agencies on Wednesday commenced a 3-day warning strike. It was gathered that the senior workers downed tools at the Abuja headquarters of the FMPR in protest against the non-payment of their salaries for the past 3 months. The strike was also embarked upon by Pengasan to kick against the federal government's inclusion of its members in the Integrated Payroll and Personnel Information System. The association's National Public Relations Officer, who doubles as the Rivers State Secretary of the Trade Union Congress, Fortune Obi, confirmed the industrial action. Also in business, the African Union Development Agency, AUDA NEPAD, has launched a program to help Africa's micro, small and medium enterprises, MSMEs, to adapt business operations in the area of COVID-19 pandemic. AUDA NEPAD, in a partnership with another bank, launched the MSME Academy, which will give access to practical training and resources on financing opportunities in various countries, materials also on how to build a digital presence for businesses and how to adapt business operations in the era of the COVID-19 pandemic. The platform will also provide access to market intelligence, a host of mentors with diverse experience, while also assisting with access to funding opportunities. And still ahead on the program is our roundup on entertainment and sports news. We'll be back in a moment. In In entertainment, the Duchess of Sussex will break the tradition of the British royal family and vote in the 2020 US election. The wife of Prince Harry was among 100 women, including Michelle Obama, Hillary Clinton, Meghan McCain, Chelsea Handler, Oprah Winfrey, and more, who explained why they would be casting their vote. According to her, so many men and women have put their lives on the line for the women to be heard, and that opportunity, that fundamental right, is in their ability to exercise the right to vote and to make all voices heard. That's all for entertainment. Sports coming up next.
Oto Ilogbo, a slum in the midst of the city.
This community came into existence in 1993 in the absence of a man's house to the teeming Lagosians. That's why some of us come to this community and create something out of nothing.
This is home to different people who share one thing in common, which is living in deplorable conditions.
No dualization of roads, no drainage, no proper water, no toilets, nothing like school.
If I sick, there is no way to pass, and we don't have antenatal here.
Since when I come this Lagos, now here I've been staying. I have almost 8 children, plus grandchildren now.
I do contest for councillor for 4 times. I contest for local government chairman 2 times. If you people are in the seat, you cannot do the needful. Let people like us be in that seat and make sure that my people benefited in governance.
Premise Friday, 1:30 p.m.
Welcome back, and now in sports. The Atletico Madrid women's team have suspended training following 4 more positive tests for coronavirus among their squad and coaching staff. This comes before they are scheduled to face Barcelona in a Champions League quarterfinal on the 21st of August. Atletico cancelled the friendly game last week after a positive test on Friday. The Spanish club said the 4 new people who had tested positive were isolating at home, and the squad would continue to follow strict protocols. The Women's Champions League is set to resume on the 21st of August and will be staged as an 8-team mini-tournament in the Spanish cities of Bilbao and San Sebastian. And that's our news roundup of events at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do join us. I am Osaogi Ogbonwa.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
First of all, I think every Nigerian should know that nobody owes you anything.
Well, I've delivered my advocacy in a language I hope we understand.
Ni hao.
So let's forget the charade that is decency. Nigeria is culturally bankrupt.
He brought up Big Brother. They're telling them that if you want to be famous,
If you want to be noticed overnight, you want to be a star, this is your ladder in a country where there is no hope for you otherwise.
Let me take it up from there. We are a country where we punish good behavior and reward bad behavior.
If we all, the way we troop out to Canaan land, and we all troop out like that and say, we'll just sit down here on the express and won't go anywhere until government takes a decision.
It's easier said than done in the sense that clearly, otherwise we would have done it. Because going out and protesting without a goal is a pointless protest.
That approach is not working.
You have not protested.
No, hold on. No, hold on.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
The Oshafa Pottery Center lies in the ancient village of Oshafa in Buari Area Council on the northern axis of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. It was established in 1991 as part of Mariam Babangida's Better Life for Rural Women project during her tenure as First Lady, showcasing the skill and creativity of women potters in Oshafa community. Sadly, the center, which was a major tourism attraction site and could boast of visits from former U.S. President Bill Clinton, former Egyptian military and political leader Hosni Mubarak, one-time British Prime Minister Tony Blair, and the former Swiss Vice President Ruth Mesler, has now become a shadow of itself. Plus TV Africa, in collaboration with Google Nigeria, alongside media practitioners, journalists, and social media influencers, visited the famous Pottery Center to showcase it as one of the important landmarks on Google Maps in Abuja, Nigeria.
Google Maps has transit information for nearly several thousand agencies, which means transport agencies for all around the world who provide transit for people, and more than 3.8 million stations in the world. Over 1 billion kilometer worth of transit results every day. And that's mind-blowing.
We were given a demonstration of the local way of making a pot such that designs are achieved using local tools. For example, twisted strings or notch wood over the surface of the clay.
She tends to go round and round about the pot until she achieves the desired shape and height. Then there are some tools equally here she has that she used to equally design it, then shaping it, then smoothing it. You have to turn and turn. She has to turn around so that the wall will be even. If you don't turn, the wall will not be even. The essence of she turning is for the wall to be round, for the clay to be even round. You can see one other tool here. That one is like a rag.
Are you serious? Out of that small. How did she do it? Wow. If they didn't show you, it's magic. This is dance. Wow. Magic.
That's how stars grow.
Even look at the
The range of beautiful products created include incense burners, teapots, beads, plates, candle stands, water jars, cooking pots, bowls, and flasks. The people of the Oshafa community have been relentless in sustaining this ancient tradition of pottery making, while they hope the government will come to their aid in terms of investment and well-packaged products for exportation, which will generate more revenue and better their means of livelihood. Elsie Godwin reporting for Plus TV Africa.
This is Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. Thank you for watching, and of course this is where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and lifestyle conversations. My name is Elsie Godwin, and I have my co-anchor with me, Ife Oluwa Oshanke.
It's good, it's good.
All right, I'm excited. Good news all around, so yeah.
We are carrying. Yes.
Regardless of COVID-19, we are balling, right?
Yeah. That's definitely happening.
Yeah, it is happening. I'm super excited. Okay, moving on to the main story for conversation. Whilst Disney has brought to an end one of the best-known names in the entertainment industry, 20th Century Fox, as it rebranded one of its TV studios as 20th Television. Disney has also renamed its other television studios, including changing ABC Studios and ABC Signature Studios to ABC Signature, while Fox 21 Television Studios will become Touchstone Television.
I don't know how I feel about this. The same way I felt when I heard E-News was going to be over after 29 years. I just hope they keep that classic sound for.
No, they are actually. That's in the. Yeah, they're keeping that.
You know, whenever you just hear that sound in the movie,
they're keeping that
actually. It's going to be dope. Yeah. So I just hope they keep that. But they already brought Rupert. What's it called now?
Cheers.
Fox. Yeah. And it's only right that you own your stuff when you get it. So. I just hope they give us the same quality, and they've been doing this together anyway. So I believe it's the quality level is never going to drop.
I mean, like you said, I'm actually glad they are keeping the sound you just did, and of course the article is also talking about what we talked about this morning, them being one of the strongest contenders trying to compete with Netflix. Yeah, with Disney Plus. You know, Ifelma was talking about it the other day that whenever she hears Disney, forgetting about the plus behind it, all she thinks is it has to be something for children and fun. But I think they need to do a lot more in that brand, because they've sold Disney so much so over the years to be for children and things that would entice, you know, people that are interested in cartoon and all that. So it's going to take a while, but I like the outlook. I like that they believe they can do this, and I think they have the funding. So it will be interesting to see Disney try to compete with Netflix.
But, you know, it will take a while for us to get used to the old century television and all of that. But, yeah, it's a way to go. It's a way to go. It's a welcome development, if you ask me.
Okay. Moving on to another story. Wizkid becomes first African artist to cross 2 billion streams on Spotify.
Do I really have to talk on that?
Of course, if you don't talk, what would happen?
No, like, I feel like we're always winning, so there's really no need to be, you know, like, we win all the time, you know, Wizkid.
Because it's in the news now, which is not been in the news for how many months?
It's in the news now. It's always been in the news.
For what?
For something. You guys.
No, it's always in the news for people standing him and bringing him up in conversations that have to do with Burna Boy or Wizkid or anybody else.
Haters we hate. So it's all right. So let's just focus.
I'm just telling you facts.
Let's focus on our focus
I'm happy for
right
Wizkid.
now, which is
I mean, 2 billion streams is a big deal. I don't know how much that is going to translate in money. I mean, the last time we had a conversation regarding what streams brought out, so I think that was Mr. Easy was complaining about something for a particular platform. So I don't know what it is like with Spotify, but I kind of still know that 2 billion is big money. Yeah, so congratulations.
But I think Mr. Easy then was talking about one song, just one song getting all those streams, right? I think this is like all the songs put together.
No, me bringing that into this conversation is based on the revenue that would translate to. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's not even the big deal for me. It's now 100.
What is the big deal?
It's 129 on their artist music charts.
Globally,
do you know what it means? Like, that is big. 129 is far away.
We've not checked what Burna Boy is doing, though. I mean, all we know is what he's doing, and that's what they're telling us. Because this news it's about. I'm not trying to knock the fun. I'm happy for Wizkid, but of course, when I saw 129 globally, I mean, do you know how many artists we have in the world, and artists that are doing great? So for him to be on 129, that is super, super duper amazing.
That's not too far from 200, though.
Not far from 100.
I mean, sorry, not too far from 100.
See, you are the hater now.
It's not too far from 100, so don't even feel like this is much. It's not much at all. Like we're getting there. We're gonna get to number 10.
And that reminds me what the lady who was talking about Beyonce said when she said we already have the global stage. We don't need Beyonce to give us the global stage. Where Ifeoma was trying to say, no, Beyonce is a different stage.
And I think we clarified that when we said, yeah, you need to define the global stage for a lot of artists as well. Because if we're talking about Africans having the global stage, I think Nigeria still champs that region.
Are you trying to say Beyonce is a global stage for Shatta Wale? That's
it's a global stage for the Ghanaian industry at large, not just the Shatta Wale. No, this now. We're just being real.
But you know, you could have just had this conversation without going there, right? Why are you like this?
I just had, it's facts only. Okay. It's not anything being biased against Ghanaians or anything. It's just what it is.
Considering that you hailed them in the previous episode, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Moving on, Annie Dibia reacts to posts.
Is mumbling something in the background.
Posts claiming she is suffering, or she was suffering from cancer. I mean, she's. This will get anybody angry. Her tone definitely, you know, she's not happy, and she's saying this is a campaign shoot she did with a brand about 3 to 4 years ago. To raise awareness against cancer. And it's just ridiculous for any platform to bring this back and say something like this without confirmation. I mean, cancer is not even something you wish on your enemy, right? And I don't understand how it becomes something you want to use for clickbait or to get attention. And I mean, this is sad.
And the saddest part is that I think we all saw this picture a long time ago, and we thought it was going to be a movie, like she said, 3-4 years ago. And we thought it was going to be a movie that was getting released till she came out. So this is so my own problem now are the people who go on to comment and stuff without fact checking. I know not everybody is a trained journalist, though, but I think it's common.
Who want to comment or those who went to publish it? Because if you publish it, those that have put in a level of trust on your platform might run along with it to say this is happening. So you won't blame them for commenting.
Well, but we need to also have reputable blog sites where what you're putting out there is not. I think we need to make one of them a scapegoat. Do you understand? Like when I believe she should take legal actions. Like when a legal action is taken against one of those blog sites and they pay a huge sum of money, I believe that a lot of them will be very, very cautious of the things they put online, because you can't be doing clickbait with people's personal lives. Do you understand? And it's really sad. And some people would jump on this and go do some GoFundMe and make money off a Helen. Am I giving ideas here? Helenati woman. But I'm glad she responded to this, because a lot of people would just let it slide. But she had to respond to just let you know that what you're doing. And I really hope they take it down. And in case they don't, I hope she takes legal action.
And I'm glad that she's fine. That's the most important part of the story for me. I'm happy that she responded. I mean, this is not something you keep quiet. I mean, you just have to say something. And like I said, cancer is not a joke, and it's not something to play games or look for clickbait to it. So I'm very glad this is her reacting to this and saying take it down. So new bloggers, I beg, let's do our job right. Right?
Yeah, bloggers, like we always say, are different from journalists, so we don't blame you guys.
Not entirely, but tea time will continue right after the short break.
Hey, chakalaka chepache, koshira koshara. This is Bayu, and you're watching Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
In a world of overwhelming voices, where everyone has something to say,
it is important that we bring the core issues to the fore.
As we lend our voices to inspire, inform, influence, and provoke your thoughts and action.
We want to hear these issues and know what you are saying. This is not just women talking.
It is an evocative program that touches the core of our existence.
We take on topics some may consider taboo and want to sweep under the carpet.
We understand that what touches one touches all. We know you have a lot to say, so let's hear you.
This TV station, Plus TV Africa, is designed to help to create a paradigm shift. The more we tell our stories, the more we learn from whatever our past mistakes have been.
We can be much more than we are. We should be doing a lot in refineries.
We are definitely investing in our staff. We're training, we're developing, we're creating the kind of workforce that will be the envy of the international broadcast. The quality of the reportage, the quality of our presentation, the quality of our production will be obvious. We're saying that we want to reach Africans wherever they are and get the message across to them. That's what Plus TV Africa is all about.
Hi, my name is Folike Damola Salako. Keep watching Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. Don't touch that down.
Welcome back. Our guest, who was born Okereke Blessed Jordan, is a musician signed to 18th Record. He comes from a music and entertainment enthusiastic family. He started his career professionally last year after dropping She Don't Love Me and Message After the Beep, which received loads of positive reaction from people with zero promotion. Let's make welcome the man whose sound is heavily influenced by artists like The Weeknd, Jaden Smith, and Travis Scott. Yadin.
Welcome, brother.
Welcome.
I'm good.
This is an interesting mix of inspiration. How do you do it?
Just like my process is just easy. I just make melodies with different sound, different aesthetic sound. Then I just, just go with the flow and make it a fun process. And I just do what I do. Making music. It's not. I don't mean to make it a hard thing. Make it, just flow easy. That's what I do in my music.
All right, so I listened to your track, Wild, and that's a wild song. Yeah, so tell us what inspired the song.
Well, what actually inspired the song was I was about to be in a relationship. So the girl in question, she wasn't, she needed that thing that I need to do for her to accept me. So, and I just wanted to dedicate the song to her, but, the process of making the song.
She did not like peaceful guys like Eric.
In the process of making the song.
Yeah, because I'm like this kind of laid-back person. So she wanted someone that is out there. She wanted grand gestures and another kind of person. So I just made the song for her. But before the song got released, my heart got broken. So
wow. That wasn't wild enough then.
So
okay.
Are we gonna have a Wild part 2, like Wilder?
Okay, I'm sure some people might not have heard Wild, so would you want to do a hook on Wild real quickly before we carry on the conversation?
Yeah. Girl, you make me wild, me wild, me wild. Anytime you smile, you smile, you smile. Baby, if you leave me, I will die. Girl, you make me wild. Me wild, me wild. That's it.
Okay, what's it with this when you leave me I will die? Because you're apparently still alive. So why do guys, you two, the question is for you two now. Why do guys always use that line? But I don't know, you are not dying.
Well, I think me, I'm more like his Daniel. If you leave, girl, I will swear for you.
Somebody must die in the process.
Okay.
So I believe you're going to be A-list, right? And then when you become A-list, what do you think will give you a run for your money in the industry presently?
Not really. I think I'm in my own, in my own lane per se. So I don't really think I'm, in a competition with anybody. So I just want to be my own lane and do my own thing in my way.
But has anyone told you that you kind of sound like Rema? You have that Rema vibe. Have you been told?
Yeah. A lot of people have told me that. Yeah.
And how do you feel about that, not feeling like you don't have your own original sound?
I feel like, definitely comparison will come with every artist. So I feel like, it's for me, I feel like it's a good thing in a way, to sound like somebody good. So I guess I'll use it to my advantage, So I will, work, better. To bring that distinct sound, because I feel like I'm distinct to an extent. It's just that we have that similar sound, So, but I feel like definitely, that comparison must always come up. There must always be a comparison with every artist. So I'm not new to that. So I'll ride with that wave.
Okay, so when did you decide music was it for you, and what were the things you had to put in place, or what did you have to go through before you got into this record label?
Well, I just felt like, I just wanted to do music, so nothing really came up, honestly. I just wanted to do music, like, professionally last year, because last year was like a really wavy year for me. A lot of things happened last year, so I wanted to, because I'm this kind of person, I don't know how to like put my emotions out there to people. I don't like, saying things to people. So I feel like the only way I can put that emotion out there is to write. So I felt like when I started writing professionally, that was like in 2018. So I started writing, doing rap battles and stuff like that. So, and I feel like if I can use this to, I can't really talk to someone like that, put my emotions out there, just playing. So I felt like writing is my thing. So I started writing and started putting melodies to, putting how I feel and how I write. Then I just started listening to more of The Weeknd, because he has this ambient sound, puts me in a state of mind. So I felt like definitely this is my go-to guy. And looking at his stories and all that stuff, it gave me this motivation. So I just started it because I didn't have a studio, nothing. I didn't have anything at the time. And I just started doing it. I had to go get a mic, and started writing music and started doing my thing and doing it my way. Then, I don't know, the call just pulled through and I got signed, and things just kicked off from there.
What was the meeting point, sorry? Was it social media as well, or someone recommended you to your record label?
The way social media is a really powerful tool. So I actually posted message after the beep, the video. I made it an aesthetic video, so not me in particular. So I just made the clips of different aesthetic videos, and it got to someone, and it got from like that. I just had to meet, and they really loved my sound. They went to my Instagram page at the time, and it was like, damn, they really need to sign this guy, and that just kicked off from there. So things were just going on from there.
So what's your relationship with your record label? Is it like I work for you guys, or we're a big family, and then you get some, you get to make decisions on your creativity, or you're just like, we want this particular sound, this is what we need you to put out there?
Oh, my label is like, we're just like families, It's like family is, you just want to support you. I've always, been in a particular state in my life. When someone does something big for me, I feel like, man, I have to pay back, But for now I really felt, when I entered in 18's Records, I felt like this is just a family for me. I was new to it, and I'll take time to adjust, but I felt like this is where I'm supposed to be.
Before we dwell too much on this bro and family thing, because we hear it and then after some time it becomes, no, they didn't treat me right. I hope you were able to go through your contract and you're fine with everything you have signed right now, and you're sure of what you've gotten yourself
into. Your own lawyer.
How do you feel about your contract?
Yeah, my own lawyer. So the contract, I went through it, and my parents went through it, and they were like, okay, I should go through it again if I see if I was sure. So everything was just plain open, and they put it out to me, and I just saw it, and I saw it as an opportunity, So I read it, and everything was just everything was like just cool.
Okay, great. So what do we expect from you going forward? What are you working on?
Yeah, a lot of, trying different sounds, because I'm this kind of person that I don't want just for you to hear the lyrics alone. I want you to feel this certain emotion attached to the song. So for this while, I wanted you to feel, like you can go the extra mile, you can do stuff, like you can go wild with, go crazy with the sound. So yeah, that's the kind of, judged by the kind of artists I listen to, Travis Scott, The Weeknd. They have this, you don't listen to them and just listen to the music. Scott. Yeah, you have this certain vibe with this ambience attached to it. So that's what I want to do with my sound. I want to just take over the world.
So how soon are you dropping singles, EP, album?
Yeah, I will drop an EP very soon.
Okay.
Very soon. I'm very certain there's a lot of work in ground, so I'm definitely sure.
All right, so there's something that always comes to my mind anytime I'm talking to musicians, because we know that education is also a very, very powerful tool, and you're still quite young, and I think the world is on your fingertips right now. You can actually school from just your phone and all that. So what's your plan for education? Are you going to further that, or are you going to be one of those stars that as soon as you blow, man, F school?
Now, I feel like education is a very interesting part for me because I had fun going to school because my mom was a teacher, so I have this, this vibe for school. I don't like staying at home. I like going out to make friends and stuff like that. So I feel like I would definitely continue my education, but music is like that part that I prioritize more.
Okay, so music is primary for you, education is secondary.
Yeah, for me.
Okay, so now that you're trying to break into the industry, of course, you must have met some A-list artists, some A-list producers, try to have conversations. How would you rate that reception? And if there's one thing you have to change in the industry, what would that be?
Okay, definitely. But this time we're in this pandemic issue, so I feel like I've met a lot of people online, and I've worked with a lot of cinematographers and photographers too. So, yeah, what I'll try to change in the industry, and I think I'm really changing it, is to everyone in my age bracket and more to just be who they are. I feel like in this world there are lots of rules that they use to control people. So I want people to have a mind of their own. Go crazy, go wild. Yeah, exactly. Go wild. So with this upstairs, so you can use your brain to do unimaginable things. I don't want people to be like sheeps. I just want them to do their own thing, their own way. So that's what I would try to change in the industry. I don't want everybody to follow this particular sound. I want everybody to have this emotion attached to every song they listen to. Yeah.
All right, so another thing I saw was the lyric video to Wild, right? Are we looking forward to a video anytime soon?
Definitely, because I feel like there should be a video because it'll push the sound more to give it this feel, because people can hear, but what they see is actually what they can visualize.
Being an upcoming artist, what has been your most challenging moment?
I don't really
in the entertainment industry.
The challenge is, to get people to see what you're doing.
To listen.
To get people to see what you're doing. We're in an age where a lot of things can come and go, so you just need to try to catch the attention of people every time. And for some people, it's not easy to keep up with it, and I'm that kind of person. That pressure, I don't need. I just like doing my thing my way. So that's what I'll try to change, try to put my game up there.
Okay, good luck, Yadin. And you didn't get to tell us where that name came from.
Yeah, Yadin is actually the Hebrew meaning of Jordan. So, and it means the one who descends.
Okay. Thank you for drinking tea with us, and that's how we wrap up this episode of Tea Time. You can send your opinions via WhatsApp to 09060005719, and definitely all the messages we've gotten, we're seeing them, and we say thank you for watching, and please do keep them coming. Remember, you can also catch up on this episode and all our exclusive content by visiting and subscribing to our YouTube channel, Applause TV Africa. My thank you as always to go to my co-anchor, Ifeoluwa Oshonkeye.
Yes, sir.
And of course our guest, Yadin. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
My name is Elsie Godwin. Please do stay safe.
First of all, I think every Nigerian should know that nobody owes you anything.
Well, I've delivered my advocacy in a language I hope we understand.
Ni hao.
So let's forget the charade that is decency. Nigeria is culturally bankrupt.
He brought up Big Brother. They're telling them that if you want to be famous, if you want to be noticed overnight, you want to be a star, this is your ladder in a country where there is no hope for you otherwise.
Let me take it up from there. We are a country where we punish good behavior and reward bad behavior.
If we all, the way we troop out to Canaan land, and we all troop out like that and say, we'll just sit down here on the express and won't go anywhere until government takes a decision.
It's easier said than done in the sense that clearly, otherwise we would have done it. Because going out and protesting without a goal is a pointless protest.
That approach is not working.
You are not protesting.
No, hold on. No, hold on.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
It's a long story, man, because
after I left church, because I love music so much, like I've loved music right since when I was 9, from my primary school days. I love music. So I started working in a pure water company. Where I was paid 15,000 naira in a month. I was earning very low salary then, but I had no choice. I had to do it because I had to pay for studio session. Go to shows before you buy 1 or 2. Bus call for you to wear money don't finish. I went through so many challenges, man. After, I started working at Loot again, Loot, Lagos State,
As what? In what capacity?
Yeah, health attendant here. Okay. I worked for 8 years.
Wow.
Where I gathered all my salary just to make sure, everything went well for me. But thank God, after the OSU, so many dirty jobs that I did then, but thank God today I'm here,
Even while I was Waji, I was squatting with a friend. I couldn't afford a house. I couldn't afford an apartment of my own in my early years as a musician, and sometimes at some point it was from one friend's house to the other, because you also have to be sensitive to some people. You get the way they go take change and for you said go find how you go, you understand? And even at that point, for every money that I made, I knew that my daughter was living with my mom. And I knew that it was my responsibility to cater for my daughter. So that I was squatting was no reason why I shouldn't be able to, work and give my daughter something, for her fees, my mom. So even the schools then, they used to spread the fees for me. Sometimes I'll pay up to 5 times. My first salary was 1,000 naira.
Wow.
And then I was in the university. I had not even entered the university, but I was a church secretary. But that 1,000 naira was enough for me to buy baby milk at the time, because I needed to do what needed to be done.
Without being too specific, it's just when I was making the transition from working from my grandfather's house to my own space, I went from having a lot to not having so much. So I thought I needed to quit, but it was just even actual reasons for me to keep going. So I don't need people to just, if they forget anything, they should just understand that if they need to keep watering, they need to keep ensuring the soil is good, and it's seasonal, but they are made of the stuff that roses will grow from, so they'll be fine.
Being an entrepreneur in Nigeria has been very difficult. For me, I started my business over 10 years ago, so we're looking at about 12 years now. The challenges along the way have been, have been many, to say the least. But I think one thing that has gotten me through is support. So whenever you're trying to get through a challenging time, look for people around you who can support you. I have a very supportive husband and family. My parents have also been very supportive. It was tough in the early days, but I think also having a business mind. So it's one thing to have passion, which is great, but you have to support it with a business mind. Absolutely, if you want to succeed and if you really want to scale in your business.
A recent study shows that this preventable disease accounts for 15% of all deaths of children under the age of 5.
As quickly as possible. We will push that project no matter what happens. Our production lines are operating at full capacity, and our engineers
are 5 times more likely to receive early childhood education than the poor in their area.
There is a digital divide, and we hope that this will allow people who previously had no way of accessing material to
before we frequently travel on those roads. The damage done.
Fight of our lives. The United Nations Secretary General has called for a ceasefire in countries locked down in a long-term conflict.
And yes, so my country people, you do well say you join us inside news on the hour for Plus TV Africa. And yes, so now the Coco Bang Bang Tori, we want some give on until this very o'clock. I see the hot. My name, na Destiny Momo. And yes, over the Niger Center for Disease Control and CDC, they don't announce 423 fresh cases of COVID-19 and 4 we obodo. NCDC will open this matter for official Twitter handle on Tuesday. Then still Samaya and says 6 people and 9 they don't record say die for inside we obodo. The health agency then Yan say the new cases they spread across 21 states plus the Federal Capital Territory FCT Abuja. The new cases they take the country total tally to be 47,290, and of the figures, Lagos now in Sama the 117 new cases followed by FCT with 40 cases, while Ondo and Rivers State they don't record 35 and 28 cases. And even if Oshun then get 24 more, Benue 21, Abia 19, Ogun 19, Ebonyi 18, Delta and Kwara 17 each, while Kaduna and Anambra then get 15 and 14 cases. And among other states with new cases, Ekiti get 11, Kano 9, Imo 6, Gombe 4, Oyo 3, Bauchi 1, Edo 1, and Nasarawa 7 gets 1 case. The health agency then Samaya say multi-sectoral National Aid or Emergency Operations Center EOC so they activate for level 3 so they don't continue to coordinate the national response activities across we obodo. And yes, so the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Oyema, don't recover from COVID-19. The minister don't announce for July 19, say in 4th COVID-19 test, he don't return positive after him being feel small irritate inside his throat. And the minister will be member of the Presidential Task Force for COVID-19 and one of those where they drive the fight against the pandemic, especially as regards the repatriate of stranded citizens for obodo abroad. And when they announced via a verified Twitter handle on Wednesday, the minister writes, say in latest COVID-19 test results, it come back negative after 3 weeks isolate. And yes, so the Federal Executive Council, FEC, on Wednesday, they don't observe 1 minute silence to take honor and 2 former ministers, retired Rear Admiral Olufemi Olumide and retired Major General Sam Moma, who died for the age of 82 and 77 years. And even for Olufemi Olumide don't serve as a Federal Commissioner for Transport plus a Federal Commissioner for Works under the administrator, former head of state, Yakubu Gowon, plus Murtola Mohammed. And later, Moma served as former Minister of Science and Technology under the late Sani Abacha regime. And even 7 Nigerian governors, they don't tell President Muhammadu Buhari for bailout money to address the security situation for their states. The governor then make the submit on Tuesday for meeting between President and Buhari, members of Nigerian Governors Forum, NGF, Security Council, plus security chiefs for the Presidential Villa, Abuja. The meeting was held via video conferencing. It been still there attended by the Vice President Yemi Osinbajo. For statement with signed by President Buhari, talk person Garba Shehu and Governor Kayode Fayemi of Ekiti State for him remark. Sama say the president is making consider bailout for states, especially as governors will allow the federal government to withdraw $1 billion from the excess crude account to procure weapons to fight insecurity inside we obodo. For their submit, where they anchored by Governor Kayode Fayemi of Ekiti State and Governor Babagana Zulum of Borno State, the governors then they highlight the problems of poverty, unemployment, plus a trust deficit between the military plus civilian populate, plus the inflow of small arms enter Wihobodo. And yes, on top of this matter, we get a social commentator, Ezugo Chukudi, on top of our Bonga News this Kajad evening. Ezugo Chukudi, will they hail you this Kajad evening?
Greet you, Sister Destiny. God bless you. And God bless Plus TV for the plenty work they do.
So thank you so much that you join our Bonga News. So how you fit take describe this move and where governors then they do where you be say you know before salary this time, but not to take fight insecurity badness inside Wiobodo?
When I first hear this news, say governors they carry waka go meet President Muhammadu Buhari for meeting when they do to beg. They beg them, say make you give them money based on bailout so that they will use them, address a problem of insecurity when they happen for different parts of Nigeria. I'm not surprised. The reason why I'm not surprised now, say, it don't become part of us. for people to carry waka, go beg Oga Presido when it be say they never really check themselves and see what they're supposed to do. On a normal, this thing is supposed to be something where we say you're not supposed to give Nigerians headache because a person will need support or help, and they call for help. But if these people then they base their beg on top of the fact, say 2 years ago, they allow Oga Presido to withdraw $1 billion from the excess crude account. And so therefore, because they allow withdraw money 2 years ago, based on say making use procure things, so we go use fight Boko Haram, Jaguda people, and other security matter for this country. They making give them money. Me, I no support that one. That one don't make any sense at all. And the reason why I talk this one is because of say the governors them, then they call them the chief security officers of the state. Meaning say when it comes to security for the state, anything will concern or pata work, and then be number one for the state. Look, we ask them what did they don't do for these states when they. And the reason why I could get confidence to ask them say what did they don't do. Now because of say they get one money when they call security vote. That security vote na money when we say all of them they collect from federal government. I don't understand how we go to practice federal system of government where we supposed to get federating states. And these federating states, now them suppose they do everything what they do to see say their life better. They contribute small to the center. But this time around, as states they go beg for money. How we be say that they collect security votes, and yet they still they ask for more money to use do insecurity, to use fighting security for inside their state. I don't understand that one at all. Now, nobody say what thing they ask for a bad thing, because the state no don't they now. We need everything we get to see say we deal with insecurity. But maybe they ask them questions. The security vote when they collect, what when they use the money do? Maybe they can't give us account first. Now we even get a situation where we say states, so some of them Igbese don't reach their neck. For example, like Osun State Governor Oyetola, he been come out and shout. He say as them dey like that for inside that state. Now Igbese. Now in the state they take their money they pay. They know they use and they do anything when to say it go touch the life of people or make their life better. Now if plenty states them dey like that when we say they know they liquid. Now Igbese all their accounts don't red. What if we the guarantee say if they collect this money, they will even use them well. We need to tell ourselves the truth. Say this system when they practice, so if we dey honest, the system no they work at all. The system they encourage people to be lazy. The system they encourage people make them not even think of creative ideas to see how to make their life better. Now, what we must do as a people now say, look, we go back to the foundation of the problem. They don't come and they talk unemployment, they talk this and that. What did them they do as state governors to see say they improve life inside their state and help people when they inside that state so that young people will channel their energy into something where they're productive and not waiting they're destructive. So it's very, very important as they gather. Make President Muhammadu Buhari no look 36 of them, say their voice loud. And because of say that they shut put inside the ear, he go can't allow them. Make he ask them, say, the money we don't collect first. What we don't take and do. If we give us this money, we show us working. What we go take the money do? And the problem with insecurity inside of Nigeria, not be just say we need money. If we don't address the foundation of the problem, all this money go be second base. Because our borders they porous. We get proliferation of small arms. You feel buy gun the way when they buy bread and butter for street. People they carry gun enter this country. People they cross from this country go buy chewing gum for another country. Our borders they very, very porous. If we don't address those problems, no matter the money we put down, if those problems still there, we'll still get the issue of insecurity when they get. The reason why plenty people come out and vote for President Muhammadu Buhari for 2015, and the reason why in fact in the campaign that time, they say he'll be a retired general, and as a retired general, he get the experience. Why he say this thing what they face now can't be like say na problem when no get solution.
Okay,
so it's very, very important make President Muhammadu Buhari realize say time they run out. Nigerians don't tire. Plenty people they complain. Plenty people they die. Manifestations of insecurity plenty. Whether na kidnap, whether na armed robbery, whether na banditry, whether na insurgency, whether na terrorism, the thing plenty. And our soldier people, them and police people, them then they try. Look, no lie, no talk through. These people, they be people, children. They get wife, they get husband, they leave their family. Say they won't defend this our country. The things what they need, they're not even really they get them. Even at that, they still they try their best. So
Ezugo, Chukudi, what I want to tell you now that be say, Chukudi, we know say every time when we call you on top of our Bonga news, you dey para, you dey provoke. Many things where they share, you get as it be for your side. And the questions that we want to ask you, you don't answer everything. And for that, I want to say thank you as you join our Bonga news. Give us all this Bonga information, make you get Kajad evening. Thank you so much. And guess so as the news could continue, Imo State Police Command, they don't parade 67 members of the proscribed indigenous and people of Biafra IPOB, and we claim they say then they on their way to take fortify themselves against bullet penetrate so that a bullet no go enter their body at all. Odeshi for Ohaji Egbem local government area of Imo State. And when I mean the young newsmen for the command headquarters for Owerri, the capital of Imo State, the Commissioner of Police Isaac Akimoyede in Samase, the operative of the command, they don't join body with the Obodo Nigeria Army arrested to take arrest IPOB members, including their native doctor, Cyprian Amadi. The police commissioner claim the group then they plan to attack security operatives with the aim to take snatch weapons. And even the group, they don't confess to the members of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra IPOB.
At about 9:30 hours, operatives of the 34 Field Artillery Brigade, while on duty at Umahu, the Bema checkpoint, intercepted 67 members of this IPOB and called for reinforcement from the Divisional Police headquarters at Egbema, and they were obliged. The operatives of the division mobilized to the scene and assisted in evacuation of the suspects to the Divisional Police headquarters for further action.
We all know how things are in our country, and we are IPOB members. In our bushes, you see these Fulani men here and there. Even my farm last year, this cow ate everything, and we're all afraid. We don't know how to, for security. So when they, we decided to, like the IPOB members, most of the time we go to attack us. Most of the time when we go on the road, we're having problems. So for security purposes, for you to escape from the flying gun and whatever, whenever we are going for a meeting. So we now decided to go for fortification. And on our way going, this poor couple said that they want to know where we are going. So we obeyed and we cooperated with them. And that was it. We thought that it's something that we just settle and everybody will go. Either they tell us to go back or to go where we're going. They started molesting us, they started beating us, giving us some sort of treatment. Look at my head. My head was broken. Till now I've not gotten myself all over my back, all the places. We are beating up everybody. We are beating mercilessly for just no cause. We have no weapon, we have no gun, we have nothing. We didn't fight, we didn't quarrel, just we are going on our own business.
And even some members of the road transport workers inside the Ekiti State, they enter State House of Assembly to take a do with no go gree protest claim for imposition of a unrecognized person for their union and by the Chief of Staff to the Governor of Ekiti State, Biodun Omoleye. And claims say the imposition shele from the Chief of Staff to break their rank and file sake of ambition to govern the state for 2022. Some members of the road transport workers, they don't attack for the weekend as the crisis they gather muzzle. And when they receive them for House of Assembly, the Chairman Security Committee for the Assembly, Samayan, say thorough investigate could shele and sake of the allegate and where they stress say the members supposed maintain peace. The Chief of Staff say truth no day for the allegate and within the chook eye on top and say the candidate for the union. And instead Yan say in the alert for the Bege where they rock the road transport union and instead enter action as in call meeting to take settle all the whole factions.
The Chief of Staff to the Governor is trying to impose one boy called Bagaderiye to our union. And our union, we have constitution. Constitution back us for what we are doing. We are here, we people that we are here, we can select between ourselves. Nobody can select to us. Nobody can impose anybody to us. That Damale we are talking about is trying to have ambition. That is the reason why we want to withdraw Mentilo to get the ambition.
The complaints and the allegations that they are brought up before us, we are going to investigate it, and we are giving them time that by this time next week they should come back to us so that we can tell them whatever is going on. But we are appealing to them that they should allow peace to reign. They should maintain status quo and allow peace to reign in the state.
The union, the road transport union, had been factionalized from the national and is now manifesting in the state. So basically, the pretense that was not disclosed to us ab initio now was uncovered yesterday. State was not interested in who controls the leadership. The state interest is in the peace of the state. At the end of the day, the factions were advised to maintain the peace and to observe the status quo.
And yes, so we'll go some quick break, run, enter market. When we return, we'll give another the rest of the information. We're going to return just now. And yes, on top of Bodo Africa, Tory South African Health Ministers Willie Makize and Samaya say COVID-19 infection rates say be like say it don't stabilize inside South Africa sake of now fewer daily confirmed cases within the report. The minister still cautioned against to they draw any conclude from the significant and go down inside the daily COVID-19 infection rate. South Africa had a report total of 566,109 confirmed cases and 2,511 of which where they report inside the previous 24 hours. For plenty days daily where they confirm cases for the country, it don't they around 3,000 compared with about 10,000 weeks ago. The recovery rate itself, it don't go up to 75%. And yes, so the people of Bougainville, they don't start to vote for general and presidential election on Wednesday, August 12th, after the South Pacific Island nation then willingly voted to be independent from Papua New Guinea for 2019. The election are the first since the independence referendum, and the winner will preside on top and negotiate for the terms of separation. And voting will continue until September 1. And almost 98% of 181,067 votes were then cast for the referendum inside November 2019, where they back independence for the non-binding poll will be part of peace pact struck for the aftermath of one decade-long war between the Bougainville rebel fighters and the Papua New Guinea forces will end for 1998. And yes, on top of Bodo Tori and Belarus, they don't hear on Wednesday, say the police don't fire live rounds on top protesters for the city of Brest and arrest more than 1,000 people nationwide. We intensify crackdown. We don't make the European Union to weigh new sanctions from Minsk. And security forces, they don't clash and begin with the protesters for 3 consecutive nights after President Alexander Lukashenko claimed a landslide re-election victory for vote on Sunday, and we get opponents to say it been rigged. And hundreds of protesters they entered the street again on Wednesday for the same matter. And even 3 people don't die for southern Indian city of Bengaluru after Gbege begin between Olokpa and Winogogri people sake of a report for derogatory Facebook post about Prophet Muhammad. And the violent Gbege protest is making thousands enter streets late on Tuesday. And one group of people will gather outside the police station and then clash with officers. They come burn plenty police motor and few and curfew. They don't impose them for the surrounding area to take restrict the people where they waka. And so police take talk. And yes, on top of business, Tory members of the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Obodo Nigeria for Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources and some of their agencies on Wednesday, they don't start a 3-day warning strike. And the guy said the senior workers, they don't, then too for the Abuja headquarters for the FMPRO inside protest against the non-payment of their salary for the past 3 months. The strike been still there and back upon by Pengasan to take kick against the federal government include of their members for the integrated payroll and personnel information system. The association, the National Public Relations Officer, will double as the Rivers State Secretary of the Trade Union Congress, Fortune Obi, don't confirmate the industrial action. And even South African Union Development Agency or the Nepal, they don't launch a program to help African micro, small and medium enterprise MSMEs to adapt business operate for the era of the COVID-19 pandemic. And AUDA Nepal then join body with another bank take launch MSME Academy. We go give access to practical training plus a resource for finance opportunity for different countries and materials on how to build digital presence for business and how to still adapt to business operate for the era of the COVID-19 pandemic. And the platform will still summer access to market intelligence and host of mentors with different experience, and while they will still assist with access to take a sponsor opportunities. And yes, so still for front on top Plus TV Africa News. Now our roundup on top Jolly Entertainment Tori plus Sports Waka. We go return just now.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of gun.
Whatever I have done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
And yes, on top of Jolly Entertainment, Tori, Duchess of Sussex, will break the tradition of the British royal family and she will vote the 2020 US election. The wife of a Prince Harry, they among 100 women, including Michelle Obama, Hillary Clinton, Meghan McCain, Chelsea Handler, Oprah Winfrey, and more, with the explanation why they go they cast their votes. And according to her, so many men and women, they don't put their lives on the line for women so that they go hear their voice. And that opportunity will be say fundamental right, their ability to exercise the right to vote and make all voices people go hear them. And yet on top Sports Waka, Barcelona Yan say unnamed squad member they don't test positive for COVID-19 and he be one of the 9 where they report for pre-season training and they show symptoms and he don't call a big quarantine and for in house. Baka Yan say he never dey in contact with any senior players. We travel to Lisbon on Thursday to prepare for Champions League quarter-final. Valencia they don't confirm 2 cases of COVID-19 this week, and while Atletico Madrid don't report 2 positive tests before their Champions League quarter-final. And everybody don't dey in contact with the Barcelona player and they don't already dey tracked to take a perform their tests. And even for Ferrari and Renault, they don't confirm it, say they go appeal against the punishment where they giving to Racing Point for Formula 1 copying and controversy. And Racing Point been they docked 15 points and then fined them £400,000 and then for illegit copying Mercedes brake duct. And no date don't they set for the hearing for the FIA International Court of Appeal, and McLaren and Williams they don't agree to continue with the appeal, and while Racing Point they don't until Wednesday to agree to review their decision. And Ferrari intention to pursue their appeal and to find more clarity for the ramifications of the verdict, particularly for the legit of a so-called copycat cars. And that now our correct Ogbonge Tori for this time. I make a leave on to breathe fresh air because they bring more back on Tori take come on at the month. For more news information, make on join us for Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Plus, you can make Ogbonge sense if you subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. Always put your DSTV for channel 408 for more Ogbonge Tori. And don't forget to stay very, very safe. My name is Destiny Momo.
Goal 10 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals speaks largely about eliminating inequality amongst countries and peoples. The United Nations clearly recognizes that businesses can also exacerbate inequality by being complicit in perpetrating biases and discrimination. The question, however, is How exactly does this resonate with Nigeria? Lagos is the most populous city in Nigeria and has millions of persons. Among these are little persons also, often found in Osborn in Ikoyi. They are trying to make a living as they grapple with inequality and discrimination because of their physical appearances. Wisdom Abba and his wife Joanne are one of the little persons who moved from other parts of the country into Lagos to make a living by getting employed despite their physical inadequacies. They say that in Lagos, they had hoped to win the battle against discrimination, but this fight, however, seems to be a lost one as they are constantly marginalized by some employers while hunting for jobs.
Sometimes, somebody will promise me at where I'm selling market, because we drive car, we say we find work for me. I will pull up on that person. At last, the person will not find a job because promise me, many of them.
When I want to look for a job, they say they can't give me a job, that I'm too short, said I should go.
This couple is not the only little person seeking an end to discrimination in job hunting. Nkubi and Shapali are celebrity broadcasters. They too say that they have had a painful taste of societal rejection.
I got called up for an interview. One of the management now walked up to me and told me that, look, I am sincerely very sorry. You are not the kind of person we are looking for.
My sister, growing up, she'll be like, Daddy, where do you get this thing from?
Though Shapali comes across as a very confident woman, she says growing up was torturous.
I'm talking to you, I don't know my mom till now. She ran away because I am a dwarf.
She adds that her self-esteem was dealt a devastating blow for even thinking of marrying a tall man and begetting tall offspring as her mother-in-law rejected her.
I had a relationship that the guy, took me home to the mom. And I was there in their living room, seated, and the guy went to call the mom. The mom came and was like, where? Sorry, oh my dear, sorry. Where is the wife? My son said he brought. And I was like, it's me. And like, stop joking now. How will it be you? My son came up to come that he brought somebody. I was not accepted.
Bash and Iyatokpe are 9-to-5 persons. They reveal that they have also been treated with inequality countless times.
My own junior brother, the one that follows me, he also thought I'm kind of like a junior to him. We usually fight every day.
I go one place. I say they find person will go sweep here. They say not true. I say I won't do it. They say, you do it. Which hand do you want to take sweep here?
With only 12 years left to expunge inequality by 2030, only little is known if Nigeria will truly wipe out this menace. But Wisdom and his wife Joanne, Nkubi, Shapali, Bash and Iyatokpe continue to hope that someday they will be treated like every other human being. I am Mary Chinda for Plus TV Africa.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
In today's very polarized world, there are still some things we can safely say unite us. Like food, we all have to eat. But were it only that simple, who sells it and for how much is a deeply disputed topic. When it comes to food, can cheap be good? Our focus this week on Made. Now here's something I've heard a million times but have trouble taking to heart. You get what you pay for, meaning the more you spend on something, the better it'll be. But that doesn't stop me looking for a bargain and potentially regretting it later. But some sellers will have you believe you don't have to compromise, like Aldi, the German supermarket chain with thousands of stores all around the world. My colleague Christian Preselius went to find out how that could possibly be true.
Aldi is one of the world's largest supermarket chains. Actually, it's two chains, Aldi Nord and Aldi Süd, and they both pride themselves on their rock-bottom prices and high-quality products. How does Aldi do it? It's 3:30 in the morning and Olaf Kampert is already at work. He manages an Aldi Nord distribution center as big as a football stadium. The company rarely lets TV crews come to visit. This is a rare exception.
Trucks will be loading here soon, and everything has to go very fast. It was the same yesterday afternoon and yesterday evening when the goods were assembled for distribution. And we'll keep up the pace this morning, too.
Frank Kaiser loads his truck and sets off on the first of 3 round trips today. His first stop is the closest Aldi store 20 kilometers away. There are more than 10,000 Aldis around the world, and they all get daily deliveries. Their stockrooms are small on purpose in order to keep down costs. It's now 6 a.m. Store manager Menfada Jambas and her 5 colleagues have to restock as much as a third of the shelves every morning. The store opens in just 1 hour.
I like to go to the gym when I have time, but working here is fun and I automatically get lots of exercise.
The staff tell me they get paid more than the average for the sector, but the Aldi chain has come under criticism for its employees' heavy workload and long hours. Reinhard Giese heads operations for the region. In Germany, Aldi stores report more revenue per square meter shop space than any other discounter. Aldi also roasts its own coffee.
That started very early in the company's history. It was probably hard to convince suppliers to sell coffee to what was then called the Albrecht Company. So they decided to produce their own coffee, and that's been very successful.
Some well-known brands don't want to be seen to have their goods sold at super low prices at discount supermarkets. To get around that problem, Aldi sells brand name goods under its own labels. This is where the Aldi story began, in Essen. The first store its 2 founders opened is still known as Number One. Mother Albrecht had already run her own small corner shop. Then in 1945, her 2 sons, Karl and Theo Albrecht, opened their first supermarket. This used to be the standard Aldi look, unadorned, pretty basic. These 2 staff members met one of the Albrecht brothers, the pioneers of no-frills grocery retailing.
They just lay a pallet on the floor and then load up more pallets with cans of tuna or pineapples or peaches or whatever was available on the market at that time of year. And they just pile them high, slap on price labels, cut open the front of the cardboard boxes, and that was that.
I knew Mr. Albrecht many years ago. He would do his shopping here every fortnight, and he would always take the rejects, the dented cans, and so on.
Until the Albrechts came along, no retailer sold goods out of piles of cardboard boxes at super low prices with a tiny profit margin per item. All that, coupled with low overheads and high efficiency, was a recipe for success. Karl and Theo Albrecht ran Aldi together, overseeing its rapid growth until 1961. Then the brothers parted ways, each setting up his own company. The two logos are very similar. Theo headed Aldi Nord, Karl Aldi Süd. 2 decades ago, both companies started setting up shop in foreign markets. Between them, they now have more than 10,000 supermarkets around the world. In recent years, more attention has been paid to the design. The look is getting more sophisticated, but that doesn't scare away the regulars.
I live nearby. That's one reason. Then there's the range of goods and the prices.
Some things I buy at Aldi, other things I wouldn't buy at Aldi.
I buy most things at Aldi, unless they don't have something.
I want to find out more about the cost of the modernization program. I'm invited to an off-the-record chat at the headquarters of Aldi Nord in Essen. The privately held company never reveals much about its inner workings and doesn't give me any numbers. What is public knowledge is that in 2018 it posted an operating loss in Germany for the very first time, reportedly because of high investment costs. Arch-rival Lidl has more branches. The competition and the pricing pressure are fierce. Aldi is famous for its weekly special offers, popular products at extra low prices. But that's not at the heart of its strategy.
We're market leaders when it comes to pricing because our customers always pay the best price on all our items. Top quality at the lowest possible price.
Of course, other supermarkets and discount chains also lure customers with great prices. In Germany, the hottest price war is probably over meat. Pork or chicken can end up cheaper than common or garden vegetables. Is that compatible with humane animal husbandry? Concerned shoppers can scan QR codes to find out more about the meat processing plants, the farms, and the livestock.
We aim for transparency. Customers should know under what conditions animals are bred. We require our suppliers to abide by all the relevant regulations, and we check up on them. We have a large corporate responsibility department that does regular audits of our suppliers.
Corporate responsibility appears to have become important to Aldi Nord. It says it receives and answers lots of questions from environmentalists. Consumers are becoming more discerning, and that's raising pressure on the retailer to show that it takes its responsibility seriously, to ensure that cheap can also mean humane.
Late last year, around 10,000 farmers with 5,000 tractors made their way from across Germany to converge here in the center of Berlin. They came to protest the government's new policies on the use of fertilizer. Now, those regulations are meant to help protect the groundwater. But German farmers say that will affect the harvest, and they're furious. Our reporter Karl Harenbrock went to see some of these farmers. Spoiler alert, they're still angry.
Each of these combine harvesters cuts a 10-meter wide swathe through the fields of rapeseed. For most of the year, the expensive machines stand idle in the shed, but during the harvest, they're on the go almost all the time. Trucks drive right onto the field to pick up the crop. That's efficient and saves time for the farmer. Dieter Laufer employs 4 people on his 900-hectare farm in eastern Germany. He may use high-tech machinery, but he does not accept the label industrial agriculture.
I reject the idea. I'm the son of a farmer, and what we do nowadays is not industrial. I don't think you can ever describe farming as industrial. I would call this modern agriculture.
Once the crop is harvested, fertilizer is spread on the field right away and another crop is planted. A regulation specifies how much fertilizer may be used so as to limit the amount of harmful nitrate in groundwater. In order to meet these requirements, farmers have to use expensive measuring devices. The authorities check on compliance, and penalties for violations can be severe. Laufer is angry about the fertilizer regulation. He says it makes it harder for him to farm the way he thinks is right. And every year, the amount he's allowed to use is reduced.
That means a lower yield. Then the following year, the yield is even smaller. And that yield is the basis for calculating the amount of nitrogen fertilizer for the year after that. Minus 20% over and over again. It's like giving somebody 20% less food every year. That's how it works. Our fields are slowly starving. At some point, we'll have no yield at all.
Farmers in the European Union receive subsidies from Brussels. In Dieter Laufer's case, that amounts to more than 200,000 euros a year. But it's a gift he says he'd rather not receive. He says crops should command higher prices. Food is simply too cheap.
The equipment is getting more and more expensive, as is diesel. Labor costs are rising as well, of course. That's a major factor in farming, and we don't want to be left behind. While the rest of society earns more and more, we farmers earn less and less. We're always being accused of demanding subsidies, but we don't want them. We want fair prices, and that means at least 30% more for grain, milk, and pork. Then we could do without subsidies.
Dieter Laufer's neighbor is also under pressure financially. A new animal welfare law means he has to upgrade living conditions for his pigs. Stefan Dietrich and his employee Katharine Höhne keep the sows who've given birth confined like this for 28 days so that they can't crush or otherwise injure their piglets. Now each stall has to be enlarged. That means there won't be room for as many sows in total. Dietrich employs 2 people to look after the pigs. Now he'll probably have to let one of them go.
It looks like we'll have to give up pig farming. This shed was built for 185 sows. We now have 120, and I think they each have a decent amount of space. But if we have to rebuild and reduce the number even further, it won't be economically viable. I can't do with just 1 employee. What about weekends off and holidays? I need at least 2. But I can't afford to pay 2 if we don't have enough sows. It just doesn't add up.
So Katharine Höhne is set to lose her job as Dietrich adapts his operation to the new regulations on animal welfare. There's been lots of rain lately, and Dieter Laufer's combine harvesters have to stop earlier in the day. That's an annoyance for the farmer. But what really makes him mad are all the regulations that he says are forcing him to change the way he farms.
So far, we've heard from the producers and sellers. And on the other side of the equation, there's us, the consumers. It's our business they want, and supermarkets are willing to go to great lengths to get it, undercutting each other in the process. What we all have to ask ourselves is, what are the consequences of these price wars?
Meat, milk, fruit, and veg. Who has the lowest prices? Every cent counts. Competition is fierce among a handful of retail chains that dominate the global market. The world's biggest retailer is the American company Walmart. Revenues this year are expected to amount to around 470 billion euros. Heavyweights among discount stores include Germany's Schwarz Group, which owns the Lidl and Kaufland chains, with estimated revenues this year of 120 billion euros, followed by Aldi with 100 billion. In order to sell their goods cheaply, retailers often put producers under pressure. If you don't give it to me for such and such a price, you're out. It's not just discount stores that push down the prices they pay, so do more upmarket chains like Edeka and Rewe. If their suppliers won't sell to them for less, they'll even kick out huge corporations such as Nestle, Coca-Cola, and Unilever. Small farmers sometimes find their deliveries of fresh produce turned down, agreed prices reduced retroactively, or payments delayed by the retail chains. Tricks like these have brought farmers out onto the streets in protest. But the retailers hit back. They say there's no escaping fierce international competition, and in any case, many shoppers can't afford to pay more for their purchases. If you ask consumers, most say they would be willing to pay more for meat and milk, but when it comes down to it, a majority still choose the cheapest items. Scandals over factory farming and exploitative working conditions on farms and in slaughterhouses have made cheap food a political issue. What's the answer? Break up the big retail chains? Have governments dictate prices? Oh, but that sounds like socialism. Enact stricter laws to protect workers, animals, and the environment? That could raise prices. An equitable system of production and distribution is impossible given the pricing power of major retailers. It's a power struggle, and the outcome is anybody's guess.
If you're like me, you use olive oil in basically everything. It's affordable, it's meant to be healthy, plus it's a key staple in the so-called Mediterranean diet, which apparently helps you live longer. Consumers love it, but many of those who make the oil can't seem to make a living from it. The world's biggest olive oil producer is Spain, but the olive oil farmers say being at the top doesn't mean much in the face of shrinking profits. One farmer in Andalusia, whose family has made olive oil for a century, took it upon himself to take his production into the future.
Miguel Morales Chacon is passionate about growing olives. His trees grow on 100 hectares of land. Some of them are over 100 years old.
It all started with this olive grove. These trees were planted by my grandfather in the 1920s.
Since then, he's restructured the olive groves so that he can live from selling olives and oil. He planted the trees closer together and started watering them, which used to be unusual. Now, Miguel Morales harvests 1 million kilos of olives a year between October and February, but their value is going down.
The price of olive oil has fallen a lot. Our profit margin is so small that many olive groves are no longer profitable.
At today's market prices, a kilo of the finest Spanish olive oil only fetches €2 in the country. 4 years ago, it would sell for twice that. Like almost all the olive growers in the area, Miguel used to send all of his olives to one of the many cooperatives in the town of Puente Genil. But with so many other farmers doing the same, his oil was getting lost in the mix, which he found disheartening.
I decided to return to my roots. My grandfather pressed the oil himself and sold it directly. That's what my family and I want too.
2 years ago, they decided to market the oil themselves. In nearby Cordoba, Julio de la Vega and Miguel's brother take care of the business side. Julio posts ads on Facebook and Google. At first, they were only for the Spanish market.
I had no idea about e-commerce. I had no idea how to sell a product online. It was an adventure and a challenge. But as a team, we managed to put this beautiful project together.
Business is getting better and better. They've employed 2 people to stay in direct contact with the customers. At the beginning of the year, they started discussing which new avenues they could take and decided they would expand into all of Europe. While Spain was in coronavirus lockdown, the warehouse in Puente Genil was receiving more and more orders.
It was funny. We just wondered what would happen if we started taking orders from abroad.
And it was an even better outcome than any of them had expected.
It was unbelievable. Within 3 months, 30% of our orders were coming from elsewhere in Europe, especially from Germany.
The direct marketing worked out well, but they're still not in control of all aspects. Miguel still stores his oil in the cooperative's tanks, and he needs help extracting the oil from his olives.
We're still not completely independent from the cooperative. We need help from them to press the olives. We can't do that without them. And we need help filling the bottles.
But he hopes to soon be fully independent. Miguel is already making more money than before. The customers can buy quality olive oil directly from farmers in Andalusia at a price that can compete with supermarket brands. The new business model has already begun to bear fruit.
And before we let you go, it's confession time for me. I, Janelle Dumalaon, am terrible with plants. So I'm unlikely ever to own any kind of weekend garden house or allotment. But for many people, these gardens are a source of pure pride and joy. This week, we handed our Olaf Krieger a pair of hedge trimmers and told him to go wild. He may have taken it literally.
Zack, and zack, and zack.
This all has to be trimmed. The allotment law says so.
So vorgeschrieben. Zack, 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 zack. Zack. Oh mein Gott. Erika! Erika!
Gehst du mal von meiner Hexe?
Get away from my hedge, Krieger.
It's crooked.
You're doing it all wrong. Look.
Hier.
Alles hier ohne Wasserwaage kann ich das auch nicht.
Warum nicht?
Ja, du machst das sehr viel.
You're much better at it.
And there.
Ja.
Yes, just look carefully.
Du musst hingucken.
You can find allotments all over the world. London, Paris, Moscow, everywhere. This one is 100 years old. No, 1,000. And it's the prettiest of them all. Lovely red cherries. Sour cherries.
Das sind ja Sauerkirschen.
Oh dear. I've got something off I shouldn't have.
Was man, glaube ich, nicht abschneidet. Erika.
This means trouble.
So. Ich muss jetzt mit Erika
I have to talk to Erika
weil ich hab
because of, well, this should be there.
Dranbleiben. Was machst du mit dem ganzen Kirsch?
What will you do with so many cherries and gooseberries and all the rest? It's a lot. Who will eat it all?
Wer isst denn das alles?
You really want to know?
Ja, natürlich.
Yes, of course.
Marmelade.
I make jam and preserves, and I freeze stuff to eat in the winter. Do you know how good a strawberry tart tastes in the winter?
Ja, das kann ich.
I can imagine.
Or a Black Forest Gâteau with homegrown strawberries and cherries?
Erdbeeren oder Kirschen?
But my hut's the most important thing. I couldn't live without it.
Weiß ich nicht. Könnte ich nicht leben.
Du hast mich ja beobachtet.
You saw me cutting the hedge. Do you think I have talent?
Sagen, dass ich so ein bisschen Talent habe?
Ja.
Yes.
Ja? Really?
Ganz, ganz ehrlich.
Really. And if you want to do it even better, I can show you how.
Dann komm bitte zu mir, ich zeig dir's.
Wie oft schon bin ich an solchen
I often walked past gardens like these and wondered what kind of people they appeal to.
die sowas schön finden. Jetzt weiß ich.
Now I know. It's wonderful to get away from it all. Work, the office, endless demands. It's so relaxing. Soon there will be pansies growing over there. Or was it potatoes? I planted.
Kartoffeln gepflanzt.
Seems like Olaf has a thing or two to learn about plants, just like me. Maybe Erica can teach us both to grow our own food. That's all from this edition of Made. I hope you enjoyed the show. Bye for now, and see you next time.
Oto Ilogbo, a slum in the midst of the city.
This community came into existence in 1993 in the absence of a mass house to the teeming Lagosians. That's why some of us come to this community and create something out of nothing.
This is home to different people who share one thing in common, which is living in deplorable conditions.
No dualization of roads, no drainage, no power water, no toilets, nothing like school.
If I sick, there is no way to pass, and we don't have antenatal here.
Since when I come this Lagos, now here I be staying. I have almost 8 children, plus grandchildren now.
I do contest for councillor for 4 times. I contest for local government chairman 2 times. If you people are in the seat, you cannot do the needful. Let people like us be in that seat and make sure that my people benefited in governance.
Premise Friday, 1:30 p.m.
Today's top stories are...
And the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. I'm here at Eunice Bashorin Street, where
the fire destroyed our transformer complete castle. This Medan has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
we now start hearing the shoot of guns.
Whatever I've done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are the stories making the headlines. I am Osaogie Ogbonwa. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, has announced 423 fresh cases of COVID-19 in the country. The NCDC made this known on its official Twitter handle on Tuesday. It also said 6 deaths were recorded in the country. The health agency said that the new cases were spread across 21 states and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. The new cases takes the country's total tally to 47,290. Of the figure, Lagos has 117 new cases, followed by the FCT with 40 cases, while Ondo and Rivers State recorded 35 and 28 cases respectively. Osun has 24 more, Benue with 21, Abia with 19, Ogun State with 19 also, Ebonyi 18, Delta and Kwara with 17 each, while Kaduna and Anambra both have 15 and 14 cases respectively. Among other states with new cases were Ekiti with 11, Kano with 9, Imo 6, Gombe 4, Oyo 3, Bauchi 1, Edo and Nasarawa also with 1 each. The health agency said a multi-sectoral national emergency operations center activated at level 3 had continued to coordinate the national response activities across the country. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Onyema, has recovered from COVID-19. The minister had announced on July 19th that his 4th COVID-19 test returned positive after he felt a slight irritation in his throat. The minister, a member of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 and one of those driving the fight against the pandemic, especially regarding the repatriation of stranded citizens abroad. Announcing via his verified Twitter handle on Wednesday, the minister wrote that his latest COVID-19 test result came back negative after 3 weeks isolation. And the Federal Executive Council, FEC, on Wednesday observed a 1-minute silence in honor of 2 former ministers, retired Rear Admiral Olufemi Olumide and retired Major General Sam Moma, who died at the age of 82 and 77 respectively. Olufemi Olumide served as Federal Commissioner for Transport and Federal Commissioner for Works under the administration of former Head of State Yakubu Gowon and Murtala Mohammed respectively. Late Moma was also former Minister of Science and Technology under the late Sani Abacha's regime. Nigerian governors have asked President Muhammadu Buhari for a bailout fund to address the security situations in their states. The governors made the submission on Tuesday at a meeting between President Muhammadu Buhari, members of the Nigerian Governors Forum, Security Council, and security chiefs at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. The meeting, held via video conferencing, was also attended by the Vice President Yemi Osinbajo. In a statement signed by the President Buhari's spokesperson Garba Shehu, Governor Kayode Fayemi of Ekiti State, in his remark, urged the president to consider a bailout for states, especially as governors allowed the federal government to withdraw $1 billion from the excess crude account for the procurement of weapons to fight insecurity in the country. In their submissions anchored by Governor Kayode Fayemi of Ekiti State and Governor Babagana Zulum of Borno State, the governors highlighted the problems of poverty, unemployment, and trust deficit between the military and civilian populations and the inflow of small arms into the country. We're now joined via phone by Mukhtar Mohammed, a financial analyst. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
How do you describe this move by governors? This is not for salary this time, but to fight insecurity. What are your thoughts?
Sometimes it confuses me the way the governors think, and sometimes that's why we are where we are today as a nation, because of the type of governors we have or the type of people that govern us. All they always think when there's any crisis is either bail me out, bail out, bail out. Nobody look inwardly to address the root cause of the problem. Now you're talking about having a bailout fund for security. What happened to the security vote that is being given to governors? How do you account? Is it the government that funds the police? Is it the government that's funding the military? Those are federal agencies. The federal government funds those. So what do you actually need security fund, bailout fund for? They need to come out clear, unless the federal government is saying that we have handed over the security apparatus to the state government to fund. Because I don't understand what you mean by you want to start fund, you need bailout fund. It's very appalling.
Let me also ask, because this also most likely brings forward the question of fiscal federalism once again. Do you think that maybe this is another sign that fiscal federalism is the way out, where states should be able to fend for themselves instead of going cap in hands to Abuja all the time?
Well, I don't think Nigerians, governors or Nigerians are ready for federalism at the moment because we are so used to the way we do things. So I don't know if you put it to the governors today and you say you want to fit a federalism, most of them will go against it because they have seen the type of bottle federalism that will operate that make them to go to Abuja anytime they need funds as a better way than thinking inwardly in solving their problem. So I don't think the governors will support that. But for me, the way to go in security is to really spell it out. Because even when the governor itself have complained, governors have complained that they don't have control over even the commissioner of police. They don't even have control over the military. They cannot give order to the police to come in. They cannot give order to the military, despite being the chief security officer of the state. Those are the points I think the governor should be driving to the president on how to address that point, not always looking for bailout funds.
And is it also high time that we take a look at the security vote idea towards states? Is it high time that we start to ask questions about what state governments are using these funds for?
We've asked that question severally, and I think maybe we'll have to ask again, because these funds are not funds that are accounted for. The governors never accounted for those funds. The security votes just come in and they use it the way they deem necessary. So we've seen issues whereby security votes have taken governors to court, and at the end of the day, the court gives judgment in favor of the governors because there's no clear constitutional backing for how you spend the security vote. It's more or less like a pocket money you give to the governor. They decide what they want to do with it. I think it's high time, especially with the situation that we are in as a nation now, I think it's time we will begin to look at those security votes, whether they are really what is needed to be done at the moment.
And also something that I would ask, do you think the federal government even has the wherewithal to bail states out, currently seeing the economic effect that COVID-19 has had on the country?
I think that's why I told you I'm surprised, because even the governors know that the federal government is struggling. The federal government is borrowing left, center, and right. The federal government is going cap in hand, begging Chinese, begging ADB, begging World Bank. The Naira is getting the beating of his life like he has never been before. We are looking for a way avenue to salvage the Naira through intervention. The CBN, the federal, they have not been able to intervene. And here we come. The government always know where the fund is. They are talking about 1 billion. They are talking about SS crude account. They are not looking at the economic implication on how to get Nigeria out of the current pandemic in terms of economic hardship the people are suffering. They are always looking at ways to bail out, and that bailout at the end of the day, they cannot account for it. So for me, I don't think the governments are being wise, knowing that fully well that the federal government is even struggling, even funding their own budget. So how do you now want them to fund a bailout fund for you because you have a security challenge that is not even directly under your control, it's still under the control of the federal government?
Mukhtar Mohammed, thank you so much for your thoughts and thanks for sharing with us.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
The Imo State Police Command has paraded 67 members of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, who were allegedly on their way to fortify themselves against bullet penetration in Ohaji Egbema local government area of Imo State. Briefing news met at the command headquarters in Owerri, the capital of Imo State. The Commissioner for Police, Isaac Akimoyede, said the operatives of the command, in conjunction with the Nigerian Army, arrested the IPOB members, including their native doctor, Cyprian Amadi. The police commissioner said the group were allegedly planning to attack security operatives with the aim of snatching weapons. The group confessed to being members of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB.
At about 9:30 hours, operatives of the 34th Field Artillery Brigade, while on duty at Umahu, the Egbema checkpoint, intercepted 67 members of this IPOB and called for reinforcement from the Divisional Police Headquarters at Egbema, and they were obliged. The operatives of the division mobilized to the scene and assisted in evacuation of the suspects to the Divisional Police Headquarters for further action.
We all know how things are in our country, and we are IPOB members. In our bushes, you see these Fulani men here and there. Even my farm last year, this cow ate everything. And we're all afraid. We don't know how to, for security. So when they, we decided to, like the IPOB members, most of the time when we go, they attack us. Most of the time when we go on the road, we're having problems. So for security purposes, for you to escape from the flying gun and whatever, whenever we are going for a meeting. So we now decided to go for fortification. And we were on our way going. This poor couple said that they want to know where we are going. So we obeyed and we cooperated with them. And that was it. We thought that it's something that we just settle and everybody will go. Either they tell us to go back or to go where we are going. They started molesting us, they started teaching us, giving us some sort of treatment. Look at my head. My head was broken. Till now I've not gotten myself all over my back, all the places. We are beating up everybody. We are beating mercilessly for just no cause. We have no weapon, we have no gun, we have nothing. We didn't fight, we didn't quarrel, just we are going on our own business. I'm going to be. I'm actually.
Okay, I say okay now. Master, I give you the main and the IPOB or
Some members of the road transport workers in Ekiti State stormed the State House of Assembly to protest an alleged imposition of an unrecognized person in their union by the Chief of Staff to the Governor of Ekiti State, Biodun Omole. They alleged that the imposition was done by the Chief of Staff to break their rank and file because of his ambition to govern the state in 2022. Some members of the road transport workers have been attacked over the weekend as the crisis seems to be gathering momentum. Receiving them at the House of Assembly, the Chairman Security Committee of the Assembly said a thorough investigation will be carried out on the allegations, stressing that the members should maintain peace. The Chief of Staff explained that there is no truth in the allegation that he was imposing a candidate on the union. He said it was alerted of the crisis rocking the road transport union, and he swung into action by calling a meeting to reconcile all factions.
The Chief of Staff to the Governor is trying to impose one boy called Bayo Adeniyi to our union. And our union, we have constitution. Constitution back us for what we are doing. We are here, we people that we are here, we can select between ourselves. Nobody can select to us. Nobody can impose anybody to us. That Damale we are talking about is trying to have ambition. That is the reason why we want to withdraw Mentilo to get the ambition.
The complaints and the allegations that they are brought before us, we are going to investigate it, and we are giving them time that by this time next week they should come back to us so that we can tell them whatever is going on. But we are appealing to them that they should which allow peace to reign. They should maintain status quo and allow peace to reign in the state.
The union, the road transport union, had been factionalized from the national and is now manifesting in the state. So basically, the pretense that was not disclosed to us ab initio now was uncovered yesterday. The state was not interested in who controls the leadership. The state interest is in the peace of the state. At the end of the day, the factions were advised to maintain the peace and to observe the status quo.
The news continues shortly after this break. Stay with us.
Today's top stories are
and the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. I'm here at Yunus Bashorin Street where the
fire destroyed our transformer complete castle.
Welcome back, and now for stories across Africa. South African Health Minister Zweli Mkhize says COVID-19 infection rate appears to be stabilizing in South Africa as fewer daily confirmed cases were reported. The minister, however, cautioned against drawing any conclusions from the significant decline in daily COVID-19 infection rate. South Africa reported a total of 566,109 confirmed cases, 2,511 of which were reported in previous 24 hours. For several days, daily confirmed cases in the country have hovered around 3,000, compared with about 10,000 a week ago. The recovery rate has also gone up 75%. And the people of Bougainville began voting in a general and presidential election on Wednesday, August 12th, after the South Pacific island nation overwhelmingly voted to be independent from Papua New Guinea in 2019. The election is the first since the independence referendum, and the winner will preside over negotiations on the terms of separation. Voting will continue until September 1st. Almost 98% of the 181,067 votes cast in the referendum in November 2019 backed independence in the non-binding poll that is a part of a peace pact struck in the aftermath of a decade-long war between Bougainville's rebel fighters and Papua New Guinea's forces, which ended in 1998. And now on the foreign scene, Belarus says on Wednesday that police had fired live rounds at protesters in the city of Brest and arrested more than 1,000 people nationwide, intensifying a crackdown that has prompted the European Union to weigh new sanctions on Minsk. Security forces have clashed with protesters for 3 consecutive nights after President Alexander Lukashenko claimed a landslide re-election victory in a vote on Sunday that his opponents say was rigged. Hundreds of protesters took to the streets on Wednesday again on the same matter. And 3 people were killed in the southern Indian city of Bengaluru after violence erupted between police and protesters over a reported derogatory Facebook post about the Prophet Muhammad. The violent protest saw thousands taken to the streets late on Tuesday. A group of people gathered outside a police station and clashed with officers and burned several police vehicles. A curfew has been imposed in the surrounding areas to restrict movement, the police said. And up next is our business news.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Now in business, members of the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria in the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources and some of its agencies on Wednesday commenced a 3-day warning strike. It was gathered that the senior workers downed tools at the Abuja headquarters of the FMPR in protest against the non-payment of their salaries for the past 3 months. The strike was also embarked upon by Pengasan to kick against the federal government's inclusion of its members in the Integrated Payroll and Personnel Information System. The association's National Public Relations Officer, who doubles as the Rivers State Secretary of the Trade Union Congress, Fortune Obi, confirmed the industrial action. Also in business, the African Union Development Agency, AUDA NEPAD, has launched a program to help Africa's micro, small and medium enterprises, MSMEs, to adapt business operations in the area of COVID-19 pandemic. AUDA NEPAD, in a partnership with another bank, launched the MSME Academy, which will give access to practical training and resources on financing opportunities in various countries, materials also on how to build a digital presence for businesses and how to adapt business operations in the era of the COVID-19 pandemic. The platform will also provide access to market intelligence, a host of mentors with diverse experience, while also assisting with access to funding opportunities. And still ahead on the program is our roundup on entertainment and sports news. We'll be back in a moment. In entertainment, the Duchess of Sussex will break the tradition of the British royal family and vote in the 2020 US election. The wife of Prince Harry was among 100 women, including Michelle Obama, Hillary Clinton, Meghan McCain, Chelsea Handler, Oprah Winfrey, and more, who explained why they would be casting their vote. According to her, so many men and women have put their lives on the line for the women to be heard, and that opportunity, that fundamental right, is in their ability to exercise the right to vote and to make all voices heard. That's all for entertainment. Sports coming up next.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
He said like, I'll give me a job that I'm too short, then I should go, but he did pay me, so that's why I can't sit down like that, so that my children will be hungry.
Don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on God, especially. If you give up on yourself, people will give up on you.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome back, and now in sports. The Atletico Madrid women's team have suspended training following 4 more positive tests for coronavirus among their squad and coaching staff. This comes before they are scheduled to face Barcelona in a Champions League quarterfinal on the 21st of August. Atletico cancelled the friendly game last week after a positive test on Friday. The Spanish club said the 4 new people who had tested positive were isolating at home, and the squad would continue to follow strict protocols. The Women's Champions League is set to resume on the 21st of August and will be staged as an 8-team mini-tournament in the Spanish cities of Bilbao and San Sebastian. And that's our news roundup of events at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do join us. I am Osaogi Ogbonwa.
First of all, I think every Nigerian should know that nobody owes you anything.
Well, I've delivered my advocacy in a language I hope we understand.
Ni hao.
So let's forget the charade that is decency. Nigeria is culturally bankrupt.
He brought up Big Brother. They're telling them that if you want to be famous,
If you want to be noticed overnight, you want to be a star, this is your ladder in a country where there is no hope for you otherwise.
Let me take it up from there. We are a country where we punish good behavior and reward bad behavior.
If we all, the way we troop out to Canaan land, and we all troop out like that and say, we'll just sit down here on the express and won't go anywhere until government takes a decision.
It's easier said than done in the sense that clearly, otherwise we would have done it. Because going out and protesting without a goal is a pointless protest.
That approach is not working.
You have not protested.
No, hold on. No, hold on.
Hi guys, my name is Baj Adibule. I'm an actor and a filmmaker, and these are my answers to these questions. I have danced naked at a balcony before. Don't ask me what happened before then or after then, but yeah, that happened. Off the top of my head, it would be Smooth by Carlos Santana and Rob Thomas. Love that song. The most recent lie. What's the most embarrassing thing I've ever done? That's the most recent lie I've told. The part is the fact that you get to live multiple lives in one lifetime. That's the coolest part. Kiss, date, marry. Kiss, date, marry. I'll kiss Ini. Love you, babe. Date Toke because I'm sure she's gonna be fun. And I'll marry Bisola. We get along so well. I love her. Definitely marry Bisola. She's good to, probably good to eat me up for that now. You know, being a Nigerian boy my age, I am a tanga just jumps out straight up, no matter how old you are. I've seen some scarier stuff now that I'm older, like I saw Hereditary like some months ago, and that was crazy. But I am a tanga just jumps out, you know, so yeah, I am a tanga. I think the privacy has to be the worst part. Unless you're specifying like an actor in Nigeria, then there's another worst part. But if you're talking generally, I'll say losing your privacy. I'm a very private kind of person. So the fact that sometimes I can't just dash out wearing anything I want isn't the coolest thing. What words? Brokos. Yeah, I just don't see how I can throw that in any sentence, man. I don't even know how I said it in the movie. Brokos, definitely. Should I just see this picture, just describe it? I'll describe it. I'll thank God, I'll thank my mom. I'll thank... Well, I should be married by then, right? Abby? Hey, let me don't put a time limit on it. I'll thank my girlfriend/wife, depending on which time it happens. I'll thank my family, my friends, thank my fans, I'll thank the academy, and so platform. So there's this belief I have that we really don't need all these other things that we think are real in terms of those social, legal, and religious laws. What we really just need is understanding, kindness, and love. I'll try and spread that message. If you're talking about Nigeria, I still want to work with Pete Edochie. Come on, I grew up watching the guy. Just one time. Just so I can say, yeah, I'm done now. I mean, Nigeria. But if you're talking about worldwide, the list is unending. But for Nigeria, Pete Edochie. So that's it on Plus TV Africa. I'm Baj Adibule. Hope you had fun.
Hello and welcome to the show today. This is Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoku. A lot is happening actually in the world of sports, and we will do our best in 30 minutes to keep you informed. I've got Destiny Onegberia on the show as always. Welcome to the show, Destiny.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good to have you here, and I hope the night was restful.
Yeah.
You look bright this morning.
I'm always bright.
You're always bright.
Yes.
Was there a touch of some brightness?
Well, it's the handwork of God.
Aha, I see. Okay, well, the Europa League quarterfinals have come and gone, and we now know who our semi-finalists will be. But before we get to the semi-finals, let us see the results of the games that went down last night. Now, Shakhtar Donetsk were 4-1 winners over FC Basel, and Wolverhampton Wanderers lost 1-0 to Sevilla. Let's look at the games now. Shakhtar, it was quite predicted that they were going to defeat Basel, and I didn't expect that scoreline 4-1. But the game that actually matters to me most was the one between Wolverhampton Wanderers and Sevilla. I thought Wolves had a chance in the first half. After they lost a chance to score from the penalty spot, but all through 90 minutes, yes, they gave it a fight, but of course, experience came to play.
Of course, just like I said last week, I said it was going to be a fight, a body fight. Like, if it was actually going to go into penalties, I would have tipped Wolves to win because they have a spectacular goalkeeper in the goalpost. And yesterday, Adama Traore was everywhere. And this morning, I saw Yatondon's Twitter. He was just trending Adama Traore everywhere. And I'm kind of shocked that they scored at the 88th minute. I was not expecting that goal. And unfortunately, their run in the Europa League has come to an end. But they still have an opportunity to do that next season. And I strongly believe that if Nuno Esperanza continues this way, and if he continues to sign good players, he's not really spending a lot of money, but he's bringing in quality. That shows a sign of a good manager. And if he continues to do it like that, then maybe in the next 2-3 years, they could definitely contend for the leagues in Premier League, not possibly the Premier League, but the FA Cup and other competitions in Europe. So I see them as the underdogs of Europe and the underdogs of England, which people don't really predict can do anything. But this past season, coming for relegation, staying and qualifying for for Europa League, it's unbelievable. So yesterday, after 48 years of trying, it's actually a record. When you go to European competitions for the first time, you don't really go there to fight to win. You go there to make headlines. I came here after 48 years. I did not actually win the competition. I did not actually move to the next round, but I went to a certain stage. And that yesterday was a good one, was wonderful.
For Wolverhampton Wanderers. And yes, I think they've done well for themselves. And of course, they would have corrected their mistakes. Looking forward to the next edition of the competition, talking about the Europa League. And for Sevilla now, they are into the semi-finals where they'll be taking on Manchester United. And that will be on the 16th of August, Sunday to be precise. And on Monday the 17th, Inter Milan will be up against Shakhtar Donetsk. What are your expectations from this one? Because I asked the Manchester United fan off the camera, I said, do you think Man United will go all the way to the finals? He said it won't happen, that Sevilla will defeat Manchester United. I wonder why.
Well, at the end of the day, it's still experience. And, the Sevilla players right now, they are more of experienced European players than the Manchester United squad. Half of the team, they are youngsters. They are just coming from academy. They are playing striker, they are playing the centre back, they are playing different ways with Manchester United. We only have few players who have actually played in European competitions before, who have actually tasted what it means to hold their trophies, like Bruno Fernandes. He's the highest goal scorer in European competition. At least we have that in Manchester United. Then we can actually boast of Pogba, we can boast of David De Gea, and the second choice goalkeeper Sergio Romero. Now, it may not really be all about experience. That was what would have happened yesterday if Wolves had won that game, because they had the upper hand to win. But experience came into play. But in the first 15 minutes of the game, Wolves they kind of dominated in terms of their in terms of their strength, not in terms of experience now. So if you are saying experience, sometimes experience does not really work all around. We saw that in the game in Champions League, Juventus and Lyon. Experience was what almost killed them. At the end of the day, they lost to smaller boys, to youngsters.
But they still won. They still won the game.
They won the game. So what I'm saying is,
what
I'm saying is, sometimes experience does not really work. So I'm not going to base the fact that Sevilla are more experienced than Manchester United in terms of the Europa League. Manchester United are more experienced than Sevilla in terms of Champions League. So we can just merge those two together and see at the end of the day, it depends on the strength and the struggle and the mentality you are taking to the game to play. So if both teams, they have the same mentality, just like what happened in Copenhagen and Manchester United, they both came to win the game, and unfortunately, just one team won. So in Sevilla, on Sunday, I'm going to expect more from Manchester United, being that this is their third semi-final of the year, so they would not want to waste it just like that. And Sevilla, they are coming into the game as former champions of Europe. So with that in mind, they will still want to have a 6th trophy to their cabinet. So for Manchester United, this is just going to be a game of, we have not won any trophy in almost 3 years. It's 2017 down. So let's try to see if we can at least get this
at
one.
the Europa League. Okay, looking at their performance so far for Sevilla in the Spanish La Liga, they actually finished 4th on the table, and in their last 5 matches, they've won 4 and they drew 1 game. And in the UEFA ranking, they are placed on number 10. Now, for Manchester United, for UEFA ranking, they're placed on number 8. On the domestic league, talking about the English Premier League, they finished 3rd. And in 5 matches, they've won 3, drawn 1, and lost 1. Inter against Shakhtar, for UEFA ranking, for Inter Milan, they finished 39. And they finished 2nd, just behind Juventus, the eventual champions of the Serie A. And in 5 matches, they've won 4 and drawn 1. While Shakhtar Donetsk are ranked 15th in the UEFA ranking. And in the domestic league, they finished as number 1. They won the title. And of course, in 5 matches, they've won 4 and drawn 1. Inter Milan against Shakhtar Donetsk is another match that we should look out for, and we're expecting a lot of explosion from that game as well.
Well, people expect Inter to win. You know, they have a lot of experienced players. They have an experienced manager in terms of European football, in terms of the Italian Serie A. But I'm not going to say just because Shakhtar, they are the underdogs. They are also the underdogs. They are not really underdogs, but people may say that because of the way that they are graded.
You know why? I won't call Shakhtar the underdogs.
Who would beat Basel 4-1, 5-0?
No, hold on. Shakhtar Donetsk are champions in Ukraine. Looking at the UEFA ranking, they are ranked higher than Inter Milan. They are ranked 15th. Inter Milan are ranked 39th. And they've done so well in the Europa League. If it was the Champions League, that's a different cup of tea. But then this is the Europa League,
but
and
this is a different type of players they are bringing in. Inter, this past year, since January, they are bought different players from different corners of the world. Lukaku is not sitting down as a striker. He's banging in goals. He just broke record day before yesterday. So he's not like, I see it as if they have this newness in them to at least win something. So that's where I'm getting it from. I'm not saying that because Shakhtar, they are 15th in the world, in European standings, they can just go to Inter, because, you know, there's a type of mentality you have. So that's what I feel like Inter, they are going to get from Shakhtar Donetsk, because of course anybody will definitely beat Basel 4-1. Wolves can beat Basel 5-0. But at the end of the day, it depends on the mentality. Because to me, mentality actually matters when you play football. You don't have to base it on your experience. No, you can have youngsters come and defeat stars of different, like it's actually possible. Looking at
the Europa League, if I'm going to make my predictions for the finals, I would say a Sevilla Shakhtar Donetsk final. What would be your prediction?
That's very, very funny, because
it's my prediction.
No Manchester United, no Inter. But I definitely, not because I'm a Manchester United fan, but Manchester United, since the restart of the football, they have actually done well. I think they just lost 1 match to Chelsea. I feel a sense of sensibility, if I should use that word. I see Inter, Manchester United in the final, and it's going to be a very, very horrible thing to have Lukaku playing against a former team.
It can be horrible, of course. He wants to prove to his former bosses that he has what it takes to bang in the goals. And if he gets to the finals against Manchester United, I'm sure Lukaku will surely be there to pop in the goals against his former team. Now let's go to the bigger one, talking about the UEFA Champions League. Well, for Paris Saint-Germain, their injured World Cup winning striker Kylian Mbappe, he trained with his side and could feature in today's Champions League quarterfinal against Atalanta. Now, Mbappe, who has 30 goals in 34 matches in all competitions this season, suffered a serious ankle injury in the French Cup final. the final win over Saint-Etienne on the 24th of July and was considered a serious doubt for the last 8 clash with the Italians. But the 21-year-old has traveled to Lisbon for the final 8 tournament, and PSG coach Thomas Tuchel said he would be involved if he had no adverse reaction to training on the eve of the encounter. This is more like a good news for Paris Saint-Germain. Yeah, it's a good news, but I don't think he's going to start. And if he should start, that would be a big mistake from the coach. You know, he's just coming back from injury, and you cannot just because, you know, you want to win. And everybody now, they are scared of Atalanta. They are scared of Atalanta because of the record that they have in Italy, 98 goals. That's not some. I think they are the third in Europe behind Manchester City and Bayern Munich. So it's going to be very, very hard for them. So I'm not of the fact that he should bring him in because they are trying to, because this, if PSG should pass this quarterfinal round, it will be the first time since the mid-90s. So I don't think he should bring in Mbappe just because he's fit for playing today. So that's actually, to me, it's not a good idea. No, you know, bringing him is not the issue. Knowing that he's there is a big boost for Paris Saint-Germain, because remember, Cavani is out of the team. He's leaving the club, or rather, he has left the club, and there are possibilities that he just may be playing in the English Premier League, not confirmed yet. So having Mbappe on the bench is a big boost, because when push comes to shove, there's an Mbappe that they can put into probably in the second half, and he will bang in the goals for them. I don't think Mbappe is the only player that is not going to feature for PSG today. Di Maria is not going to play. Marco Verratti is not going to play. But nothing is confirmed until the team list is out, because you saw them. Like, if you look at this is the current training. Yeah, but this is the current training. There's the captain of the side who will surely feature for tonight's game. Di Maria, well, you never can tell. But remember, this is a one-off knockout stage. It's just one match. So PSG will come all guns blazing against Atalanta. But I still believe that Atalanta, they can exactly, because going to the Serie A, they can do something magical. You know, this is their first time in Champions League, so they are not going there to just to make headlines, just like Wolves. They are going there to at least move out of this competition. And if they do get away from here, they will be the first team after Leicester City in 2015-2016, and the first team since 1999-2000, Lazio. So it's actually, I feel like they actually have the upper hand here. Although they won't be their striker is out, Joseph Ilicic, but they have something in them, and their coach is not just look at how they started this season. So it's actually going to be a struggle. I think that's where PSG, they are coming from, just because they know that these guys, they are the underdogs of the Champions League. They lost, I think, the first rounds of the Champions League, and if having Mbappe in the lineup may actually be like, wow, Mbappe is here, we have to buckle up. But on the other hand, they still have to look at it as, even if it's here, nothing can happen, let us play our game. Well, it's like I always say, football is like biscuits. When you crack it, you never can tell where it will crack. And I keep going back to you saying Wolverhampton Wanderers came to make headlines in the Europa League. I wouldn't agree with that, because if they wanted to make just the headlines, they won't qualify from the group stage. No, they should have qualified yesterday, but they had chances, but it was wasted. Yeah, so you can't say they came there to make headlines. They wanted to get a victory against Sevilla, but it didn't just happen for them. They had a chance to score a penalty in the first half, but they lost the opportunity to score. And of course, Sevilla, as experience will have it, they scored in the dying moment of that encounter, and it gave Wolverhampton Wanderers no hope of qualification. If it was a double-legged affair now, I would have said, okay, Wolverhampton Wanderers would stand a chance in the return leg of that encounter. But of course, it's come and gone, and Wolves have crashed out of the Europa League. Now, talking about the Champions League, there are rules players must follow in order to keep staying safe out there. Now, UEFA's solution to a Champions League competition disrupted by the effects of the coronavirus pandemic is the final 8 knockout tournament played across 12 days in Lisbon. Now, all 8 teams and their officials, including Premier League side Manchester City, are required to stick to the rules from a 31-page document. Some of them will make life very different for the elite of European football. Now, taking a look at some of the rules now, the beaches and sites of Lisbon will be out of bounds, with players only allowed to leave their hotels with prior agreement, and even then, they cannot come into contact with anyone outside their group. Now, fans of pre-match gift exchanges will be relieved. Pennants can still be swapped before kickoff, but anyone eyeing up Lionel Messi's shirt will be disappointed, as players are not permitted to swap jerseys. So a lot of things have changed in the world of football. Now the Champions League, to be precise, a lot of guidelines have been put in place. The players cannot leave their hotel rooms. You can't, like you're in Lisbon, Portugal, you can't travel as much as you want. You can't go to the beach to have some fun time with friends and family and all that. You have to stay in a particular place until you're done with what you've come to do and you head back to your city.
Well, this is the new normal that we have to live now these days, not just in football, in every day of our lives. So I believe that they just have to, this is a sacrifice that they have to just make, because it's just, I think, for a week, then after that, they may just face quarantine, then they are gone. So I don't really believe that because you want to see somebody, you have to break rules. And if you do that, you know, you have to be quarantined, and possibly you won't even start the next season because of the rules and regulations. So this is very, very good now, because first of all, it was brought to Lisbon and was moved away from Turkey. And you know, because of the coronavirus they have there, the cases are more than that in Portugal. So I think that having these rules amended for the sake of the tournament was a very good idea than just cancelling the whole competition, which would have affected a lot of things. Imagine having a season without the Champions League and the Europa League. Now, what will come of football? It's just going to be nothing. We don't even have the Ballon d'Or this year. So a lot of people are going to say, they just cancelled the Champions League because of pandemic. They should have found a way to hold this tournament. And that was what UEFA did. So bringing it here, I actually give them kudos. And for me personally, I strongly want the players not to break these rules, because it's going to affect them, it's going to affect their teams in general. Just on Monday, Atletico players, they tested positive. And if they were put in a particular place to say that, oh, we are going to play Champions League, and we may not really know how long they've had the virus in them, because it may not really show until after some days. And imagine they had met with other players. Maybe they were in a bubble, so the virus would have actually just spread. So I think that's what UEFA is trying to avoid. They don't want the virus to spread, and everybody should be in their respective places at the time, and what they're asked to do should be done at the time. So this is a very, very powerful thing that UEFA has done.
Very true. A good one from UEFA, but of course the games will still be played without fans on the stadium. So I'm sure it won't be boring, because we enjoy the very best of football. Remember, Paris Saint-Germain will be taking on Atalanta later today, and tomorrow more fixtures will be coming down. Talking about the Champions League, if you're going to make your predictions in tonight's game, PSG, Atalanta, who do you think will move on to the semi-finals?
Well, it's going to be difficult, but I want to give it to Atalanta. Although they are without their striker, let me just say Atalanta. I think, you know, the youthfulness in them is going to play out today. Although they say that in PSG, a lot of youngsters, but I think their mentality, they are representing the whole of Italy. So they really want to do their best. And I don't think that the record of not beating an Italian team since the mid-90s, I don't think PSG will be able to do that against Atalanta today. These sides, they are strong, so they can't be undermined. So I'm definitely going to give them the winning.
All right, Atalanta for the win right there. But for me, I'll be sitting on the fence on this one, because it's a tough one to predict. But I'm sure of one thing, we'll enjoy the best of football tonight. Now, switching over to tennis as we wrap up with the show this morning. Former world number 1, Serena Williams, recovered from a set and 3 break points down to beat compatriot Fernanda Pera in her first match in 6 months. The American, who has 23 Grand Slam singles titles, was in deep trouble when 4-6 and 0 love 40 down at 4-4 in the second set at the top seed Open in Kentucky. But she recovered to prevail 4-6, 6-4, 6-1 in 2 hours and 15 minutes. Williams will next play her sister Venus Williams, another former world number 1, after her straightforward 6-3, 6-2 win over Victoria Azarenka.
I just haven't played so long, so even matches and practice matches I haven't played. I've just been training, so it was good. I think it was really good for me to go 3 sets and to win a match that was 3 sets.
Serena Williams, good job from her, and she's looking forward to the US Open, and she said she will still play in that tournament. Nothing is going to stop her from playing.
Well, if this is the time for her to claim the 24th Grand Slam title, I don't see anything stopping her. But yesterday she was actually very rusty. You know, since February, since she last played in the Federations Cup. not playing tennis, like it's a game of the mind. Now, not playing tennis can actually affect a lot of things to your body. And yesterday, she lost the first round, and she came back doing what she knows how to do best. She came back from behind and then she won the game. Yeah. So I'm actually very surprised to see that she will be playing her sister next in the next round. But for me personally, I feel like Venus should just win this game. You know, she needs something to start 2020 with. You know, like she lost almost all the championship this year. So if Serena can just say, "Oh, you're my big sister, let me just leave this one for you to win."
This will happen. Both of them are looking, they have their eyes on the prize, and sentiment to be out of this one. And of course, if you ask me, Serena Williams just might be taking this one against her sister, Venus Williams. Well, that's what we'll draw a wrap on today's show, Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I hope you enjoyed the package. Remember, you can reach us on social media at Plus TV Africa, on Instagram and on Twitter. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Plus TV Africa. And for those juicy stories, log on to our website, www.plustvafrica.com. And today is actually Youth Day, so I'll say Happy International Youth Day to all the youth out there. Do you think Nigerian youths are lazy?
Of course, we are not lazy, of course not. It's just that we have, let me not say bad government, we have bad management. That's why it's like a lot of youths are out there, they are not doing anything, especially here in Lagos. You find them everywhere, in the morning, at night, no matter the time of the day. You find them just sitting around, just thinking. It's not as if they're not doing anything, but they are not seeing something to do. So I feel like government should make, this is 2020, a lot has happened. Now elections are coming up. So if you really want to promise youth something you know that you want to keep, it's better you start doing it now than coming to say that vote for us, we'll do this for you. No, we need something to keep youth alive.
Need something to keep the youth alive. And for the youth out there, I'll keep encouraging us to keep doing well, stay positive, and expect to have a better government right there. I heard some comments off the camera, but we'll tackle that later on. But that's much you can take today on Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. Keep it locked down to Plus TV Africa, because the big stories live here.
To an extent, the reading culture of Nigerians is not too good. A lot of people believe that every other thing is much more important than buying a book to read. Apart from the fact that people just want to read books for the purpose of passing their exams or going through school, hardly do people believe that reading outside that purpose still will help them to an extent.
It's been full of ups and downs. Nigerians don't read. I dare to disagree, because we're 16k followers strong on our Instagram account, on other platforms as well. We also have a huge following. So if at all people are not interested in books in Nigeria, we wouldn't have people follow in the first place. And it's so exciting to find out that there are so many people outside of Lagos in deep core parts of Nigeria that are buying and shopping for us, and they are just so excited that this book is locally available and it's sort of like within reach for them. So it's been exciting. It could be better, but again, we do it for the culture, you do it for the passion, and hopefully more stakeholders get interested in it, and it gets better. I got into selling books because I was very passionate about it, and then I was hungry to find other people like me. I wanted to connect with them, and the kind of books that fascinated me were not, I could hardly find people around who were excited about them as well. So at the time, when I interact with people within my age range, they're either talking about some foreign authors that write books outside of the context that I'm familiar with. So I wanted to meet with other young people, other people of like minds who were excited about the kind of books that I liked. And that was basically how it all began. And then beyond that also, I definitely used to go to some website online to find out what books are first to reckon with internationally. And then most of those books are not available locally, so I had to either shop from some big names out there. And then I thought, oh, if these books are available and people are actually talking about them, reviewing them, perhaps there might be young people or people in Nigeria as well that would really want to read about them. So I end up bringing a few copies, see if I can circulate within my circle, publicize, use social media, and see how far it goes. And so that was how it all started.
It's actually more like born out of inspiration, and then the drive to bring books closer to people, because at some points that I loved reading, I found it hard getting the kind of books I really always wanted to read. So it was like, yeah, you could get this for other people, and then it's been there for me. So I'm having fun doing what I'm doing, and I'm the fact that I can have access to books too as a bookseller is fantastic for me. Yeah, it's been profitable. It's how you do the business that makes it profitable for you. So it's been profitable. It may not be the best of the businesses in the country or in the world, especially maybe in this part of the world, knowing fully well the attitude to reading and education generally, and then even government's attitude to education, but still, there are still people who know that without education, they wouldn't be where they are. And then even if they are not educated, they get the best of educated people to work for them. So that means education, which comes through reading of books, is a key and vital role in this life.
It has enhanced reading, but what I realize is that even for those who normally would not like to buy a Bible before, because of the ability to read their Bibles from their phones. A lot of people are beginning to dump reading Bibles on their phones with buying regular Bibles because they've seen the importance of having to carry a Bible or read a hard copy Bible. When people read from their phones, most times they can't easily go back or even highlight certain things. But with the hard copy Bible, they are able to do some highlighting, go back, make references and all that. So technology, to an extent, it has its own advantage and its own disadvantage to our business. Advantages are the fact that people could, read at any time they want to, in the dark, wherever. But disadvantage is the fact that it's handy, when you have your books on your media, electronic media. But for those who still cherish the hard copy books, they still come back, to pick up the hard copy books from us. A lot of Nigerians are writing more because virtually on a daily basis we get new books from Nigerian writers, asking that Latana should carry their books. It's a bit challenging, but at the same time we try to encourage them, to review their books and then accept it for display on our shelves.
We still battle with issues of piracy. There are times where royalties are not paid the way they are supposed to. Publishing houses don't put enough effort to promoting books the way they are supposed to. So that way books and people are not even aware that some Nigerian authors are writing really, really good books. I think sometimes more books written by Nigerian authors are sort of like accepted in the Western world better than they are locally. And also, in terms of marketing, publicity, locally, more effort still needs to be put in place to help us combat issues of piracy and then ensure that people are more able to access so many of these books as well locally.
For book lovers, I say keep reading because you know already what you are gaining from reading. And then for governments, give more allocation to education. Allocation to education is very important, and you can't have a government that just places less emphasis on education, and every year you expect your people to be better, and then there are fightings. Any small thing, any little thing, there's fights, and it's all because of the level of exposure and education of the people, and it's playing a role in every facet of the economy, every facet of the society, because people are not well enlightened about their rights, about the opportunities that they can actually get, and many of those things come in through parts of education, and reading is part of it.
If the singer accused of blasphemy repents, will he get a pat on the back like repentant Boko Haram members? And Edo State factions exchange words over planned sitting. This is Plus Politics. I am Kayode Ladende.
First of all, I think every Nigerian should know that nobody owes you anything.
Well, I've delivered my advocacy in a language I hope we understand.
So let's forget the charade that is decency. Nigeria is culturally bankrupt.
He brought up Big Brother. They're telling them that if you want to be famous, if you want to be noticed overnight, you want to be a star, this is your ladder in a country where there is no hope for you otherwise.
Let me take it up from there. We are a country where we punish good behavior and reward bad behavior.
If we all, the way we troop out to Canaan land, and we all troop out like that and say, we'll just sit down here on the express and won't go anywhere until government takes a decision.
It's easier said than done in the sense that clearly, otherwise we would have done it. Because going out and protesting without a goal is a pointless protest.
That approach is not working.
You have not protested.
No, hold on. No, hold on.
Is Plus Politics. An upper Sharia court has sentenced 22-year-old Yahya Sharif Aminu to death after finding him guilty of committing blasphemy through a song he circulated via WhatsApp in March. He did not deny the charges. In a bid to express their disappointment, a number of Nigerians took to the social media criticizing the ruling, while noting that some Boko Haram terrorists had been pardoned and reintegrated into the society under the Operation Safe Corridor initiative. Joining us to make sense of this comparison is Dr. Ona Ehomu, a security expert. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, sir. Thank you for having me.
And joining us in this discussion, we also have Mr. Ahmed Buhari, a politician and a public affairs analyst. You're welcome, Mr. Buhari.
Thank you, Kaide. It's good to be here again.
Okay, let me start with you. I noticed that Dr. Ona is still trying to take his breath. But let me start with you. This is the conversation in the social media, and this is part of our society. What can you say? Is there a justification in this comparison, so to say?
Good evening, viewers. It's always, this is how it is in Nigeria. Whenever there is a situation that can create controversy and that is capable of reminding us of all of those factors that make us different, we try to put it in the front burner. I've always said that whenever the matter is around religion, politics, social status, gender, and ethnicity, we are always very quick to fuel it to the very, very top. We love the heat when it comes to this kind of controversial issues. But if there are issues that are supposed to unite us and put us in peace and look for the lasting solution to most of our problems, we are always very reluctant to be part of it. So what I understand with the news that is going on is there is a certain musician in Kano who sang a song that is termed as blasphemous towards Islam, and I think targeted at the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And on the other hand, there are people who are saying that if you're going to convict that man of a blasphemous crime, so to speak, then how come you are now freeing Boko Haram terrorists who have repented? And that if they have repented, are we now saying that if this musician also repents, he is going to be forgiven and the death penalty that has been labeled on him will be removed? But I think there are two different situations here. It's important for us to understand that most of the people that are involved in the Boko Haram activities are people who are there unwillingly. There are people who were kidnapped by Boko Haram themselves and forced to join their terrible movement to alienate people for no just cause. There are people who have been kidnapped, whose family members have also been kidnapped and have been compelled to join Boko Haram. And then very clearly, the federal government of Nigeria said, we are going to pardon you if you can, surrender and leave the Boko Haram cause, which most of them did, and they were awarded amnesty. This is something that we did in this country some 13, 14 years ago with the Niger Delta boys who were prepared to drop their arms and say we're no longer going to be part of the mayhem that is going on in the Niger Delta. We're going to repent, and we saw how the Nigerian government was willing to pump in resources to make sure that they rehabilitate those individuals that were prepared to surrender. Nobody at that time said, "Oh, how can you forgive people who have killed?" You see, at the end of the day, two wrongs can never make a right.
Okay.
So we moved on with the amnesty program in the Niger Delta, and now the government is looking at the situation in the Northeast and saying, we do know that most of the people here were forced to get into the Boko Haram system. Some of them willingly got into the Boko Haram system and have sort of realized that it's a mistake and have presented themselves, submitted themselves, agreed to repent. And by all means, the government is living up to its promise to say, if you submit, we're going to grant you amnesty. But for the case of the musician who sang a blasphemous song that I haven't even heard about, haven't heard yet, is said to have been given the option to either be tried in a Sharia court or in one of our secular courts. And I do not know why the gentleman decided to choose the Sharia court, even if he knew that the death penalty was going to be bestowed upon him. Whatever the case is, I think there are two things here in the Sharia system. The fact that you have a choice to choose whether the Sharia court should try you, and the fact that you have a choice to use the secular system that we have in our judicial system. Whatever the case is right now, I believe that what we should be looking at is to say, fine, does this man have the right to appeal? And I just found out that yes, he has the right to appeal with the Supreme Court or the other higher courts that is available for him to appeal judgment.
I'll come back to you, Ahmed.
Advised by certain people, Ahmed, and I think that it should be revisited.
Let's rest it for now. In fact, the way you've responded, you've almost captured all the points that I really want to ask you, but I would make adjustments.
I just want us to get on with and finish quickly.
Yeah, that's cool. Let me go to Dr. Ona. Let me also get your perspective. The same question. Any reason, any justification to compare the issue of the singer who was termed to be blasphemous and it's been given a capital punishment, and that of the repentant Boko Haram members?
Thank you, sir. Well, I think there is no parallel between the two situations. The singer committed an act contrary to Sharia law, and like Mr. Buhari just said, he opted for trial under the Sharia system. And so he knew the risks he was taking, and he was ill-advised. If I were in his shoes, I would have probably said I wouldn't go for that kind of a trial, which could result in the kind of punishment that has been pronounced upon him. So I think that is just that. The guy miscalculated, and he decided to go to a court which perhaps he felt might favor him, but ended up not favoring him. So like Mr. Buhari has said, he should probably explore the option of an appeal, such that perhaps he might be freed on appeal if there are grounds to allow the appeal. Now, the OSC, Safe Corridor, I have a lot of problems with. I've had a lot of problems with it right from the beginning, even when it was being conceived. And I put out a lot of write-ups there in mainstream media, saying that the claim to OSC, or the claim of OSC really came out of the National Security Office, or Office of National Security Advisor, ONSA, and it was supposed to be a de-radicalization program. It's a way, de-radicalization is a strategy of dealing with violent extremist organizations. We call them VEOs. And you de-radicalize their members such that you suck away members from the organization and reduce their teeth so they can't bite, they can't cause harm, they can't carry out terrorist attacks, and so on and so forth. So it's a way of attracting them to leave the ranks of their terrorist organization and join, surrender to the authorities, and then be taken through Islamic training that's trying to turn around their understanding of the religion, and then also be taken through some citizenship programs, which will hopefully turn them into good citizens of the country. But having said that, my problem right from the get-go, from the beginning, was that what was the measurement of the level of de-radicalization? What was the measurement? Now, Mr. Buhari has mentioned the issue of Niger Delta militancy and Niger Delta militants. Well, their issue was pecuniary in nature. If somebody has a pecuniary issue, all you need to do is pay him some cash, and you will solve the pecuniary nature of that problem. But when you have a problem of ideology, that's a different thing, because here you are dealing with the mind. You are dealing with a mind that says that I am okay, or I am not okay, you are not okay. That's what we call a lose-lose stroke. And because he wants to get to heaven quickly, if he must, and he wants to accelerate your movement to heaven also, unless you buy into his religious ideology or ideals. Now, the problem here is we don't all share the same religious ideals. For example, the goal of Boko Haram is to enforce Sharia in the whole of northern Nigeria. That was the original goal. But later, Shekau changed it to say he wanted Sharia in the whole of Nigeria. And so I don't think he's going to get that. I don't think he's going to even get
Dr. Helmo,
northern Nigeria either.
Dr. Helmo, I'll come back to you.
Yeah,
I think your foundation is clear. You have actually differ on the second issue, but you agree with Mr. Buhari on the first issue. But we'll come back to you. Let me go back to Ahmed. Now, he has brought in another angle to this conversation, and let me also add that a senator from Borno, Senator Aliu Ndume, also expressed same reservation or something similar to this. But if you can hear me. Now, he did say that the problem with this repentant Boko Haram is that many of them did not repent. They got reintegrated into the society. Some of these victims, they've unleashed mayhem. They are back unleashing this mayhem on them. That we've even had cases of some of them killing their parents. So don't you think the program is faulty in a sense?
Obviously, the program can have its own faults, and one of the things that Sir Ona mentioned that I really like is how do we gauge, or how do we view, or how do we rate the success of this program? And this is one of the areas that we keep missing the point all the time: our inability to create levels of rating to say, in the first few months, this is how much we've done well. We've met up with our initial targets, and the second month we've done this. By the fifth month, we've noticed that these people have gone back to their spaces and created more havoc. There is no data showing any of these things apart from individuals coming up with their viewpoints on these issues. And then when Sir Ona also mentioned the pecuniary issues that were evident in the Niger Delta, which was one of the reasons why most of the people in the Niger Delta were carrying out the kind of activities that we're carrying out. It will shock you to know that most of the people in the Northeast are also on these same issues. Most of the people do not even know why they are fighting with Boko Haram. The truth of the matter still remains that most of them are disenfranchised. There are people who do not have 1 naira. There are people who have been brought into Boko Haram with as little as 500 naira. There are people who have been told that if you allow yourself to go bomb these people, your family will be taken care of. And then he weighs it and says, I cannot take care of my family, but if these guys have agreed to do this for me, and he gets tricked and he gets into that situation. The point still remains that all of these things are going to keep happening if we do not do the fundamental things. What are the fundamental things? Put the right things in place. Education has to be there. Healthcare has to be there. There has to be, we have to sell hope as best as we can to these people who have lost hope. The only reason why a man would strap himself to kill himself is because he has lost hope, or because he feels that he's been deprived of certain things that he believes he should have. Or it could also be that some of the things that he believes his peers around the world have, he can never, or he doesn't have them, and for those reasons he doesn't want to live up to any sort of hope. So which is why
what about the argument of
whatever situation that is going on with people?
What about the argument of ideology?
Down to Ahmed, forget about the mindset issue.
Okay.
There are many of them who do not want to be killed. There are many people who know that there's nowhere in the Quran that it says that you're going to receive anything when you kill yourself. In fact, suicide is one of the biggest crimes or the biggest sins you can commit in Islam. So very clearly, all of these things do not have basis when you start looking at them on the ideological part. We keep making it seem like it's a very difficult situation when we now hold it on to ideology. But in reality, government is failing to put in place the right social amenities that will make these people distracted from idleness that pushes them into havoc.
Okay.
This is just where the whole thing stands.
Okay. Good. Let me go back to Dr. Ona. Probably he might need to check his book again and check his experience with these people, because I know he's been doing some kind of consultancy on this issue. Do you have an idea that this thing is largely caused by poverty and there's some kind of deprivation? That seems to be the insight I'm getting from Ahmed. Dr. Ona, are you there?
This is my new book. It's called Boko Haram: Security Considerations and the Rise of an Insurgency. It's about 244 pages. It was published in New York and printed in London. Now, in this book, everything that Oga Ahmed said was, stated in here. Chapters 1 and 2 of the book. The history of Boko Haram, the radicalization program, a bit about Shekau, and so on and so forth. So yes, he's very correct. Most of the issues, in fact, the actual issues were poverty issues, poor governance on the part of Borno State government. That's really what it was. Poor governance on the part of the federal government of Nigeria. Now, the issues were poverty, moral decadence, taxation, school strikes, political misgovernance, all those kinds of things. But mostly, let's take a guy like Shekau. Shekau went to Mogos, that's Goni, School of Islamic Studies in Maiduguri. And he was wearing one jalabia for 1 year unwashed. Because of poverty, he grew out of grinding poverty. Now, until he met this Imam, Muhammad Yusuf, who gave him hope that, if he followed the true path of Islam, he will be okay. At least he gave him another worldly view. That is, he should think about heaven and things like that. And then from there, because Yusuf's organization, the Yusufia, which is Boko Haram, that changed its name in 2002 to Boko Haram, because that organization was providing social services, giving food to widows, helping people living in communes, it was easy to follow them. So yes, Oga Ahmed is right, because there was a basis, there was a social service which the state was unable to provide, which attracted people in the first instance to this organization. Now, this organization actually took care of them, provided them with tafsirs, that's sermons, and gave them spiritual food and physical food, as it were. And it's a basis for, being true to an organization. But having done that, the problem became that when we got to the jihad phase, that is in July 30th of 2009, when jihad started, when they killed 800 Boko Haram members at State Police Headquarters in Maiduguri, and then they failed to capture Shekau. Shekau got away. He got some bullet wounds. He got away. But they captured Yusuf, who was in fact the diplomat and did what nobody ever does with the head of an insurgency, kill him. Because when you kill the head of an insurgency, who is going to talk about the members of the group? And that's where we are from then, 11 years ago to today. So having said that, what I'm trying to say is that the issues of, yes, people joined the group because they wanted to eat. At a time, if you remember, they controlled 2/3 of the whole of the Northeast. That is the Bay States. There is Borno, Adamawa, and Yobe. They controlled 2/3 of those states. Yes, they controlled those states, and they were taxing people. In fact, they changed the name of, they declared the caliphate and said it was Modunatu Islam. And so on, there were so many things that were going in their favor. They actually had a run of the place at the time. So they were sexy, they were seductive. And when ISIS came along in 2014 and started doing the things it was doing, it was cute to become a jihadist. We saw a lot of Nigerian youths go and join ISIS in Iraq and Syria.
Dr. Ona,
go there and killed.
I wish
what I'm saying, just to wrap up my comment, is that yes, Oga is correct what he said, that it's really, to borrow Fayoshe's words in Ekiti State, it's stomach infrastructure that drove a lot of these people. My problem with the OSC is that, well, like he said correctly, there are no metrics. What are the objective measures for de-radicalization? And then my other problem is that the kind of atrocities that BH guys committed is not the kind that you could easily say, oh, well, go away and let your sins be forgiven. That's really where I'm coming from.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. I just got a whisper from my marketing manager that Dr. Ona will have to give us a very for that wonderful book.
I just want to show you that there's an actual book.
That was published in the United States and released in London. So just know that.
So I should collect dollars and pounds. I'll collect dollars and pounds. Please, our time is fast spent. I'm just going to give you 45 seconds each to look at the perspective in which we started this conversation. And that's the worry of many social media users. And they are asking, why release Boko Haram members and you leave this young man, which is still debatable, on what constitutes blasphemy, especially for those who probably do not understand Islam. So what advice will you give to this man to do straight away? And how do you also explain to people that, from what two of you have said, this is not a case of failure of state? This has to do with the Sharia law in Kano State and that of the federal government OSC, borrowing your abbreviation. Now, let me start with Dr. Ona first. Please, you have 45 seconds.
Yes, thank you very much, sir, for having me there. Well, I think you've summed it up. There are two different cases. They are not related in any way. People go on social media and they talk a lot of crap, if I may use that French word. They really talk a lot of crap. They do say things that don't mean anything, things that don't, but they have to ventilate. It's good that we have social media. People can say what they like. But, saying that there's an equivalency is very wrong. They are not equivalent at all. OSC has its problems. It's a wrong policy. I still say so. Even my book that you are trying to charge me is dedicated to the memory of service members who lost their lives in this war. So people are saying, thank you, sir. So people are saying, why is it that people who killed service members are being granted, given a pat on the back and let go, while people in IDP camps are suffering. That's really the question people are asking. That's OSC. But in terms of the young man with the song and all that, I think he took very wrong chances, and I think he ought to probably appeal his judgment so that he will take his chance with the Sharia, or there's an appeal court in the Sharia system.
Thank you so much. And finally, to you, Ahmed Buhari.
Yeah, so I stand on the same grounds with Chief Ona, but at the same time, I just want us to understand, especially for those people who will be watching this program, to know that if you are highly placed in society, like the man on the pulpit talking about Apostle Suleiman, for example, who actually ignited some of these ramblings going around, we must be able to be cautious to understand that before we come out to say things like this, we must actually think of what the implications might be, how it's going to affect society, how it's going to disrupt the already shaky stability that we have. You know, we must try to reduce the recklessness and rascality in all that we try to do and say. There are lots of people watching and a lot of people listening, and if you've got a following, you should be cautious to make sure that you do not allow these things to escalate. Very clearly, this is not the first time. The other time, we had things like, if you see anybody looking like Fulani around this space, you kill them. All these kind of things are not comments that are supposed to be coming out from people that are highly placed in the society. Furthermore, I think it's important for us to understand that the case of the guy in Kano, all I think he can really do right now is to get proper advice from a legal system that can help save his life. In my opinion, we've seen times in the Quran or in the life of the Prophet where many people did so many things face to face with him, insulted him, poured dirt on him, and all he said is forgive them, let them be. You don't have to kill anybody because anybody called anything. We should actually learn to reduce all this our hypocrisies, shall I say, when it comes to how we address some of these critical issues that are really biting into the fabric of our existence.
Thank you so much. That's a good way to end this conversation. Ahmed Buhari, a politician, and probably I should put it on record, a presidential aspirant in the 2019 presidential election, and also a public affairs analyst. Thank you for your insight. And Dr. Ona, I'll be waiting to send you our invoice for that wonderful expose you've done on the book. I'm sure.
I have my percentage to draw from there.
Thank you, Dr. Ona, for your time. And to our viewers, let's quickly take a short break. We'll be back, and we'll be talking about the war brewing up over the two factions in Edo State House of Assembly. We'll be back after the break.
Congratulations, you beat coronavirus hands down.
Yes, I did.
The problem is when people lose confidence in governments, it becomes very serious in emergencies like this.
To all citizens, stay at home in the areas under lockdown.
I never jumped since yesterday. Now ball I dey play. Today make myself very happy. For this country, wetin dey happen gan?
They say they share money.
I
dey go check my ATM every day, I don't see anything there.
This is indeed the most challenging crisis we have faced since the Second World War.
A week ago, Mutharika declared a state of national disaster.
When you come out of prison, you will not go back.
That's a challenge at the moment.
We have had 100% recovery.
Virus wey they talk about, say hungry big pass am. Understand? No virus wey big pass hungry.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
Former Commissioner for Justice and Attorney General of Edo State, Henry Idahagbon, has tasked residents of Edo State to shun violence ahead of the upcoming state governorship elections. Henry Idahagbon, while speaking exclusively to Plus TV Africa, accused the Edo State Governor, Godwin Obaseki, of sponsoring thugs against the members of the All Progressives Congress in the state. He urged those being used by the state government to turn a new leaf and allow the upcoming elections run its normal course in a peaceful atmosphere. Idahagbon said the recent violence at the gates of the palace of the Oba of Benin is a desecration of the palace, a blight on the image of the Benin and should have never been allowed to happen.
I like to advise Edo people to eschew violence. All the Ebo Stone, all the Austin V. Booth, all the Mutari that Obaseki is parading now as he talks, they should ensure that no Edo life is lost. If Obaseki is interested in talk, he should bring out members of his family. Because I'm not going to bring out my children to fight as talk. So I don't want to fight anybody. I believe this is a contestation where we debate. It is better for us to judge than to war. So Edo people should eschew violence. Our youths, and I'm appealing to these three young men that I know, they know me, they should not allow themselves to be used to perpetuate violence. Because governor come, governor go, we Edo people must remain. Our corporate identity as a state will remain. So I plead with Edo people, there should be no violence. Let us go and vote on that day. Whatever the outcome of the election, whatever the outcome is, we accept the outcome, and then we move on. I plead with our people, there should be no violence. What happened at our Alba's Palace is a desecration of the highest order. We, the Benis, we venerate our Albas. We don't joke with our Alba. Our Alba is not like, with due respect, like other kings and Albas in other kingdoms. Ours is special, and we know why. We venerate him. So our palace, the palace of the Alba of Benin, is not a place where you come with talks. It's not a place where you shoot guns. It's a desecration. And at the appropriate time, our ancestors, we ask him to come and do the appropriate propitiation to the ancestors.
Oto Ilogbo, a slum in the midst of the city.
This community came into existence in 1993 in the absence of a man's house to the teeming Lagosians. That's why some of us come to this community and create something out of nothing.
This is home to different people who share one thing in common, which is living in deplorable conditions.
No dualization of roads, no drainage, no proper water, no toilets, nothing like school.
If I sick, there is no way to pass, and we don't have antenatal here.
Since when I come this Lagos, now here I be staying. I have almost 8 children, plus grandchildren now.
I do contest for councillor for 4 times. I contest for local government chairman 2 times. If you people are in the seat, you cannot do the needful. Let people like us be in that seat and make sure that my people benefited in governance.
Premise Friday, 1:30 p.m.
Welcome back. It's 2 Plus Politics. As the Edo State gubernatorial election draws closer, trouble equally brews in the state as a showdown is set to take place as the 17 lawmakers who oppose Governor Godwin Obaseki insist on holding sittings at the House of Assembly complex. These are the same lawmakers who impeached the Speaker of the House, Francis Okie, and his deputy when the complex was cordoned off for repairs or renovation. The Speaker, however, has stated that the 14 members elect, not yet inaugurated, no longer have seats to occupy in the Assembly, following the declaration of their seats as vacant. Joining us to make sense of this seemingly confusion is Henry Idahagbon, former Commissioner for Justice in Edo State. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Thanks for having me.
And joining us in this conversation is also Oserugo Ahigbe, a legal practitioner. Good evening, Mr. Ahigbe.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you for having me.
Okay, let me start by way of first mention. Let me start with the former commissioner. The argument is still out there. They have not been inaugurated. Not only did they carry out impeachment process, now they are talking about using the complex that has been under lock and key. What do you have to say?
Well, my response is very direct. Democracy is about majority rule. The minority can have their say, but the majority will have their way. The 17 members have been duly inaugurated. The mace was present. The clerk of the house was present, and they were duly inaugurated. The impeachment of the former the deputy speaker was the speaker. In my own opinion, was legal and it was good. And then, of course, today we have a new speaker of Edo State House of Assembly in the person of Honorable Tiger Edoro. The who does not make the monk. It is not the building, the House of Assembly building, that makes the assembly. It is the members. In fact, yesterday I told Edoro they should get a canopy inside the museum premises at Ring Road and hold their cities there. Let us not forget that by June last year, the House was almost evenly divided, 14 members against 10. But now we are talking of 19 members to a miserable 5. So they have the majority.
Okay.
And then we have a House of Assembly
I think
now.
that's clear about your position on that opening remark. Let me listen to Oserogo, because I'm not a lawyer, but I understand that some people did say that whatever happens outside the complex is a nullity. But the learned man has just told us that they can even get a canopy. What do you have to say to that?
Well, firstly, I must let the public know that the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is what guides the day-to-day activities of the citizens of the state. Now, going by the clear provisions of the Constitution, Section 94 in particular, it says that for members elect of the House to take their seat in the House of Assembly, they must first of all declare their assets and liabilities. Now, when that is done, they bring the evidence of that declaration to the clerk of the House. And then the clerk of the House causes the process of inauguration to take place. This is what transpired on the 17th of June 2019 when you saw that an inauguration took place. And that House has been sitting since then. Now, one is therefore at a loss as to how a second process of inauguration would have taken place. And let me quickly remind you that when that inauguration of 17th June took place, certain members of the House who were not present challenged the inauguration of 17th June 2019. In fact, that matter is pending in court. Part of the issues they are canvassing in court is that they were excluded from the inauguration process. Now, and then they are also saying that the process that brought about the Speaker of the House is illegal. So my worry is if you are challenging the process that brought in an individual and you are saying that that process is illegal, how could you sit in a parallel House and declare the seat of that Speaker and impeach him? So I would have preferred that they follow through with the case they have instituted in court, allow the court to come to a finding one way or the other.
Mr. Igbe, sorry, I think your point is also clear. But how do we explain that such number of people are not allowed, they've not represented the people that voted in for more than a year?
Well, that is why when I started, I referred you to Section 94 of the Constitution. The condition precedent for a member elect to take his seat in the hallowed chambers is that he must declare his assets and liabilities. As we speak, there is no evidence whatsoever that these other members elect have complied with the provisions of the Constitution.
Okay. I'll come back to you. Let's quickly get Mr. Idahagbon's perspective on this. What's your reaction to what the submission of Aigbe as?
Let me inform my learned friend. Let me inform my learned friend for free that all the 14 members that were unlawfully, unjustly excluded during last year's inauguration, they have met all the constitutional preconditions They have declared their assets, and they have the evidence of their declaration of assets. Let us not forget that on the day of that illegal inauguration, they addressed a press conference at Golden Tulip Hotel, calling on the governor to inaugurate them. And later that day, the governor sent talks to go and physically beat up the House members. There's documentary evidence of it. It's on the internet, Google it. And then proceeded to inaugurate his 10 members at about 9:30 p.m. with one of them apparently wearing flip-flops and another one wearing shorts. And we all know, let us not be sanctimonious about this, that no inauguration is not done at night, and that is not the appropriate accoutrement, appropriate dressing a politician who has contested and won an election will wear to an inauguration. My little friend has made heavy weather of Section 94. But before you get to Section 94, you have to pass through Section 91, which stipulated and defined the membership and the constitution of the House of Assembly. They must not be less than a particular number, and they cannot be higher than a particular number. Are you telling the Nigerians now, the listeners, that the numbers that have been sitting illegally since last year, they meet the provisions of Section 91 of the Constitution?
Noted. He will respond to that. Mr. Idahagbon, I will make him respond to that. But what do you have to say about the fact that there is a pending issue? Why are they not exploring it? What is happening? Is it that the justice is being dragged? Justice delayed is justice denied. The governor and their group, they know that our judicial process is on the slow side. And there are various factors for this. So the plan is to wear them out, let them go to court. The governor will spend 4 years. The 4 years will be over. The case will still be in court. Okay, good. Thank you for that response. Let me quickly go back to Oserogo. Do you think there's distortion in his narration? Mr. Ahigbe, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. What do you have against his narration? That's Mr. Idahagbon. This is obviously a network problem. Okay. Now we can hear you.
Okay, I said I'm careful not to go into details about the matter that is pending in court because it's sub judice. The truth is this. The issue about the election of the speaker is a matter before the court. The issue about the inauguration process is a matter before the court. A matter that was instituted by persons who have taken steps against in a bid to preempt the decision of the court. That is on the one hand. On the second hand, it is a well-known fact, and by the clear interpretation of the Constitution, the drafters of the Constitution did not envisage that all the members elect must be present on the day of the inauguration. Now, if for one reason or the other, one of the members elect is not present, are you saying the inauguration process cannot take place?
In this case, it's not one. Mr. Ahigbe, in this case, it is not one. We're talking about the majority. And are we also ignorant of the fact that there could be a clandestine move to deny this number?
Now, the point is in the facts are clear. Now, if you are invited for an inauguration and you choose to stay away,
the question is, were they invited?
How do you blame the leadership, the clerk of the house, for going ahead to carry out the process? You cannot stay away from the house.
Sorry, can you answer that question if you are privy to the right answer? Were they invited?
They were invited, and you know,
by who?
Like I said, I'm careful not to mention.
Okay, so this is in court.
To make comments about that because That is even part of the issue that is pending in court.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. Our time is fast spent, and we just have 30 seconds to round up this segment. I just got a call, a hint now. So, Mr. Idahagbon, are you saying that whatever these members do, they can go ahead to occupy the complex?
Of course, yes. Of course, yes. My learned friend went to the university for 4 years or 5 years, depending on when he was called. He went to the law school for 1 year, and then he was given a date to present himself for call to bar. Do you think that any reasonable man will refuse to present himself for call to bar after studying for 5 years or 6 years? It's a day that everybody look forward to. I am a politician, and I know what we go through to contest and win an election. And after winning, and I have won before, I have been sworn into office before. Everybody look forward to that day. You invite your friends and family and political associates.
Okay.
These guys were not invited.
Okay.
They had a nocturnal inauguration at 9:30 p.m.
Okay, sir.
Is that the legislative hour?
Thank you so much.
Has there been any precedent for 9:30 p.m. inauguration in the whole of Africa?
Okay.
Why should I just say to be different?
Okay, thank you so much. I think it's a very clear position.
Not only as a lawyer, I speak as a realist.
Okay,
and
good.
a pragmatist.
Okay.
The law was made for man and not man for law.
Aigbe, can you also drop your garment now as a lawyer and also speak as a realist? What do you think is going to happen?
Well, at the end of the day, two things will happen. Edo people will decide who they want to govern them.
And the second thing.
At the end of the day, the provisions of the Constitution, which is sacrosanct, will eventually hold sway. So, well, it's unfortunate that the institutions of government are being trampled upon, and it's unfortunate that the judiciary is being made to look like a toothless bulldog.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, justice will prevail.
And let's leave it there.
I will say quickly.
And Aigbe, please, let's leave it there. Thank you so much for your position, and thank you, Mr. Henry Idahagbon, for your position. And let me also borrow the words from both of you that those people will decide, and they will decide rightly. Thank you for your time. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, and to our viewers, it's not yet over. I will take a break now. When I come back, I will be giving you my take. And to my take, especially on the religious debate, especially when it is sensitive, when it is a sensitive one for that matter. But I can't hide my disapproval of the pardon of Boko Haram terrorists being given amnesty. I'm in support of de-radicalizing the sect members, but amnesty for them to the extent of being given 20,000 naira monthly is unacceptable. This becomes more worrisome when the victims are yet to get justice, when the displaced are wrangling in poverty and pains. I therefore propose that the program should be discontinued and the funds should be channeled to rehabilitate the IDPs in several places. The supposed repentant members should not only be monitored, justice must be served on those who still practice acts of insurgency and feed their allies in Boko Haram with information. We are not, and I repeat, we are not prepared for this act of pardon. And that's all for my take this evening. Thank you for staying with us. More interesting conversations return tomorrow, same time. Until next time, stay safe. I am Kayode Ladende saying bye.
therefore, I think every Nigerian should know that nobody owes you anything.
Well, I've delivered my advocacy in a language I hope we understand.
Ni hao.
So let's forget the charade that is decency. Nigeria is culturally bankrupt.
He brought up Big Brother. They're telling them that if you want to be famous, if you want to be noticed overnight, you want to be a star, this is your ladder in a country where there is no hope for you otherwise.
Let me take it up from there. We are a country where we punish good behavior and reward bad behavior.
If we all, the way we troop out to Canaan land, and we all troop out like that and say, we'll just sit down here on the express and won't go anywhere until government takes a decision.
It's easier said than done in the sense that clearly, otherwise we would have done it. Because going out and protesting without a goal is a pointless protest.
That approach is not working.
You have not protested.
No, hold on. No, hold on.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
We are calling on all South Africans to wear a face mask whenever you leave home.
Governor of Lagos State has made the wearing of masks compulsory to fight against the coronavirus.
I want to encourage you to wear a mask wherever you go.
We will strictly ensure the mandatory use of face masks or coverings in public, in addition to maintaining physical distancing and personal hygiene.
As most countries in Africa approach ease of lockdown, one of the essential rules of leaving the house is you must wear a face mask. Entrepreneurs say the pandemic, albeit having many disadvantages, has presented opportunities as well, and one of these opportunities readily open for many is the production of face masks. Owners of garment-making factories and do-it-yourself champions have all jumped on this line of business. The question is, how efficient are these other masks compared to the initially recommended N95 respirators and surgical masks?
N95 masks are also called respirators, and they are designed to be disposable, tight-fitting to the face, creating a seal to prevent particles from getting in. And then they also have specialized filters, which filters about 95% of air particles or droplets. Cloth masks are usually not designed to fit the face, and so it doesn't really protect you from aerosols or droplets or air particles that can get into the respiratory system.
A lot of people might have no choice but to use a cloth mask due to the cost and availability of the surgical masks. And for some, it has become a fashion accessory. Whatever the case may be, it is important that it meets the requirement of a protection against any kind of droplet or fluid from and into the mouth, nose, and eyes. For the surgical mask, you use, take off, and dispose appropriately. But for the cloth masks, how do we maintain proper hygiene?
When you need to take off the mask, try not to touch the middle part. Take it off from the loops around your ears and drop it into antiseptic liquid. So if you have laundry soap, take a mixture of laundry soap, a bit of bleach, okay, and a bit of an antiseptic liquid. They have different types on the market. Make a little mixture and then drop it in. Let it sit for about 10 to 20 minutes. Pour that liquid away, make a fresh one, and then wash it and air dry. If possible, some people will say iron it. If you can, do that. Also, wash your hands once you're done.
The Director General at NAFDAC, Professor Muji Adeyeye, encourages the use of non-medical face masks.
You mentioned that NAFDAC has announced not to use non-medical
face masks. No, we did not do that. We said that non-medical face masks are for the masses, are for you and I. The medical face masks are for the healthcare workers because there is a shortage of the medical face mask.
However, NAFDAC warns against using low-quality face masks in terms of materials used for production. Remember, face masks are to be used while maintaining measures such as social distancing, not touching the face, eyes or mouth, and washing of hands with soap for 20 seconds or use of alcohol-based hand sanitizers. Ensure that you stay safe. Your safety is our collective safety. Elsie Godwin for Plus TV Africa.
Life seems normal in this little village of Oroyan, Ibadan. But not for Yemisi, who is saddled with a neglected tropical disease, elephantiasis. She's 45, neglected and abandoned. A really pathetic sight. She says she came down with elephantiasis at the age of 15.
I have had elephantiasis for 30 years now. I have spent a lot of money on treatment. Whenever I use native herbs on the leg, it subsides. But when I stop, it increases.
Hungry and lonely Yemisi tells a tale of societal rejection from her husband and brothers.
My husband married me in this condition. We have children, but he has abandoned me for another woman.
This resilient former trader explains that her only heart cry is to get back on her feet by any means possible, except for the amputation of her legs.
I want good health, food to eat, a decent accommodation, because I am renting this house. My siblings are tired of assisting me and my condition. I am tired, I am weak. I don't want any operation. If I die, I will rest.
At the moment, there is a ray of hope for Yemisi as the Neglected Tropical Disease Center is offering some medical assistance. It is hoped that the civil society and government will take a quick dive to the rescue of not only Yemisi but scores of others like her. Mary Chinda for Plus TV Africa.
A recent study shows that this preventable disease accounts for 15% of all deaths of children under the age of 5.
As quickly as possible. We will push that project no matter what happens. Our production lines are operating at full capacity and our engineers
are 5 times more likely to receive early childhood education than the poor in their area.
There is a digital divide, and we hope that this will allow people who previously had no way of accessing material to
Civil War. We frequently travel on those roads. The damage done.
Fight of our lives. The United Nations Secretary General has called for a ceasefire in countries locked down in a long-term conflict.
Today's top stories are:
and the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria
Bashorin Street. Where
The fire destroyed our transformer complete as
On Plus TV Africa News at this hour. Nigeria's Federal Executive Council approves 8.49 billion naira for procurement of COVID-19 test kits. Somalia's parliament replaces legislation bill permitting child and forced marriage. And on the foreign scene, 3 dead as train derails in east coast of Scotland. Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are the stories making the headlines. I am Osaogie Ogbonwan. The Federal Executive Council has approved the sum of 8.49 billion naira for the procurement of 12 items in various quantities for the testing of coronavirus pandemic by the Nigeria Center for Disease Control. The Minister of Health, Osagie Ehanire, disclosed this to State House correspondents while briefing them on decisions reached at this week's virtual cabinet meeting, chaired by President Muhammadu Buhari. He presented a memo to the council on behalf of the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC. The minister said the aim is to help the country address community transmission of the pandemic, which has affected 586 local government areas of the country. The health minister said that the materials to be procured include samples and other kits for diagnostics for use by laboratories. He said plans have been concluded to have at least one sample collection site in each of the 774 local government areas across the country. As socio-economic effects and facets of Ekiti State are gradually recovering after 4 months of lockdown, private sector coalition against COVID-19, codenamed CACOVID, I beg your pardon, has donated food palliatives to 1.6 million Ekiti citizens. The items, which are for indigent Ekiti residents, were targeted at cushioning the adverse effects of the highly degraded economy owing to the dragged lockdown occasioned by the spread of the deadly COVID-19 across the country on the beneficiaries. CACOVID representative Kayode Adejuigbe, who spoke in Ado-Ekiti while handing over the food relief, said coalition targeted a total of 10 million poor Nigerians as beneficiaries of the economic program and urged the people to keep the outlined COVID-19 protocols as enunciated by NCDC to stem the tide of the lethal disease.
The fight for survival has become a necessity, and it is not just the responsibility of the government, it is our collective responsibility. And we all must join to fight to stay alive. The CACOVID National Food Relief Program, which will see the distribution of various food items to over 1.6 million families, that is, over 10 million Nigerians across the country.
Receiving the consignments, the governor of Ekiti State, Kayode Fami, appreciated the support, saying the people are full of gratitude to the coalition for it will go a mileage at alleviating their sufferings under the present precarious economic situation. The governor, represented by the secretary to the state government, Biodun Oyebanji, said the gesture would further fortify public-private partnership in the development of the state.
I can assure Kakovit that this item will be judiciously distributed. The beauty of the Ekiti State approach is that we have put in place a very robust and rigorous tracking and feedback mechanism to ensure that consignments get to the doorsteps of beneficiaries in accordance with COVID-19 guidelines on social distancing. We don't congregate them, we take it to their doorsteps. And this is being done by a list of volunteers of Ekiti citizens that sees this as corporate social responsibility.
The food item given to us is a welcome development, and we thank them for this type of initiative. We pray that Ekiti will be devoid of this COVID-19.
I give thanks to Don Kayode Fayemi to take care of the people. That's their hand, they are not equal. May God bless him and may God reward him about that.
The Air Task Force of Operation Lafia Dole has destroyed a Boko Haram terrorist logistics storage facility. It also neutralized several of their fighters at Yamud along the Gulumba-Ghana-Kumshe axis of Borno State. The Coordinator Defense Media Operations, Major General John Enenche, disclosed this in a statement on Wednesday in Abuja. He said that the operation was executed on the 11th of August following credible intelligence reports. The reports revealed that the settlement was one of the locations where the terrorists store their logistics and assemble to launch attacks. According to him, series of follow-up aerial surveillance missions also showed significant number of terrorists within the settlement and also identified some compounds that were used as storage facilities and meeting venues. Members of the newly inaugurated Amotekun Corps in Ondo State have been tasked to carry out their jobs diligently by ensuring security of lives and property of the people of the state. Commander of the Amotekun Corps in Ondo State, Adea Deleye, gave this advice at the passing out ceremony of the pioneer Amotekun Corps officers in the state. Adeleye said the men have been trained in intelligence gathering, handling of non-firearms, crowd control, amongst other things. He stressed that the new policies have been developed and watertight strategies also adopted, which are capable of arresting crimes even before they occur. The commander said no criminal element will be allowed to trouble the relative peace being enjoyed in the state as the Amotekun Corps begins operation.
There is no doubt a demonstration of good leadership as the chairman of the Southwest Governors Forum, but also a strong commitment to the safety and welfare of the good people of Ondo State. Let me at this junction reiterate our resolve on zero tolerance to crime within the state. Through robust intelligence sharing with our security agencies as we go along in the effort to reduce the spate of criminality in our environments.
They are set up and backed up by law. As noted by the Corps Commandant, we are not a parallel security structure to any of the security agencies. Rather, Amotekun Corps is a complementary corps. We are to complement what is on ground so that together we can achieve the goal of a safer environment conducive enough to encourage foreign investors and rid our state of all forms of crime and criminally minded elements.
The Southeast Support Group SESG has expressed worry over Nigeria's political and zoning system, which favors one zone over another. The convener of the group, Ojukwu Emmanuel, spoke to newsmen in Abuja, saying this has affected the Southeast region, shortchanging them politically over the years. He called on Southeasterners and the Ndigbo community in Nigeria to bury their grudges against the current administration and throw their weight behind President Muhammadu Buhari to help the Southeast achieve their political dreams and ambitions.
Nigeria's political system and its reward mechanism subscribe unwritten to the patronage of regions or zones or people who have actively supported a leader during the electoral process or at the point of enthronement of a leader. We have lived with this culture for ages. Unfortunately, Ndigbo has failed on both scores. The examples of our voting patterns in 2015 presidential election and even in 2019 presidential ballots bears ample testimony to the rejection of President Muhammad Buhari, GCFR, and all APC, All Progressive Congress, because of certain grudges we nursed. We neither supported President Buhari nor the APC at the time of laying the golden eggs. But the rest of Nigerians did, and they won. And therefore, by these partisans, miscalculation and misplacement of our political priorities, Ndigbo became susceptible to the neglect or patronage or development largeness of the present developed government based on our particular leadership culture. We dare say President Buhari is passionately pro-Ndigbo, and those still throwing darts at him are doing it to our detriment as a legion and people.
The Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has expressed displeasure over the low quota reserved for the state's indigents in the employment scheme of the federal government's organizations operating in the state. The governor vowed that his administration will be making necessary moves to address the inadequacy, which he said offended the spirit of fairness, equity, and federating balance. The governor spoke against the backdrop of low representation of Lagos indigents in federally controlled public institutions when he received the commissioner representing Lagos State at the Federal Character Commission, Abdul Wasiu Bawa Allah, in a courtesy visit on Wednesday at the State House in Marina. The governor said the state needed all the help it could get from the commission to reverse the lopsidedness and imbalance, which he said has mounted pressure on the government's resources and limited citizens' potentials. Responding, the commissioner pledged to work with the governor to reverse the inequitable action against the state. He said he will address the issue and work hard with the confidence of the governor and stakeholders in order to get what is due to Lagos State. And today, 12th of August, marks the International Youth Day worldwide, and youths are expected to help in community service and bring social change globally. Plus TV Africa correspondent files this report.
In commemoration of International Youth Day on August 12th, Leap Africa takes the initiative of organizing the Youth Day of Service as a means of encouraging youths to bring positive change to their communities. Mama Money Foundation is one project where youths are engaged in giving out food relief items to low-income earners who are women. These youths express how they are agents of change in the country.
As a youth, I feel this is actually the only time you have to volunteer. If you can't do such now, then there's really no time for you to do it. They should make sure they do good to others, seek for how they can help others, volunteer, join several foundations. You could search online for anyone close to you, join them and go out to help, because there are several people that really need help.
The importance of Youth Day of Service was emphasized.
Our tagline or hashtag, if you look at the back of my t-shirt, is youthful and useful. And essentially it's just saying, young people, quit making excuses and get on board.
As youth, we need to take up initiative to make our nation better. So we don't need to wait for our leaders, that's the government. So if you notice there's anything that is not working in your community, you just need to stand up and utilize the little resources you have and make a change.
Beneficiaries of this initiative were thankful to youth for remembering them in time of need.
I'm very happy because I'm in sadness. Last year, it's not up to a year now, where I lost two sons, 52 and 49. I did with the children doing not. I was frying something to sell before, but since these children die, just a year, the other one never reach a year next month. So I not do anything. When I hear this one, first I go to my two, we go to this, they say no, we trek from that place. And when they tell me say no, I say, hey, oh God, what can I go do? But when I say, I was feeling happy.
Therefore, youths are encouraged to channel their creativity into transforming the society to a better one. Reporting for Plus TV Africa, Iseme Omohai.
Thanks to Iseme Omohai for that report. The University of Lagos has debunked the removal of the Vice-Chancellor, University of Lagos, with a statement claiming it is untrue. The statement signed by the Professor Oluwatoyin Ogundipe, the Vice-Chancellor of UNILAG, enjoined stakeholders of UNILAG and the general public to disregard the mischievous disinformation about the sitting Vice-Chancellor of UNILAG. And the news continues shortly after this break. Stay with us.
You've reached the stars, now let's see you conquer galaxies. You've gone for gold, let's show you to.
What kind of success do you look for?
No gold.
If it's the small kind, you can go at it alone. If it's huge, no matter how good you are on your own, you need partners. Partners who can help maximize the potential of your wealth. You've come this far, let's take you further.
Meristem, let's grow wealth for you.
Quality wire, and quality cables. Quality cables. For quality wire, quality cables. Coleman will light up your life, brothers. Original quality wire, wait there, can't pay. Cable for any type of project. Light up your life, light up your house. Coleman will light up your life. Coleman, who be the master for cable? Coleman, who be the master for wire? Original quality cable. When you feature for any kind of project. Original quality, durable, trustable. Coleman.
Welcome back. Somalia's parliament has sparked outrage by replacing long-awaited legislation to protect women and girls from violence with a new bill permitting child and forced marriage. The East African nation has high rates of child marriage and violence against women, including rape and female genital mutilation. The United Nations says 45% of women are married before 18, while 98% have undergone FGM. In 2018, Somalia's cabinet approved the landmark Sexual Offences Bill aimed at criminalizing a wide range of forms of gender-based violence, including rape, child marriage, and sex trafficking. The bill sets out clear duties for police investigators and prosecutors and provides specific protections for vulnerable groups such as children and people with disabilities and internally displaced people. The bill had been pending before the Lower House of Parliament for over 2 years until Saturday, when a new bill, the Sexual Intercourse Bill, which allows for girls who reach puberty to be married, was introduced before legislators. And the authorities in Mauritius are set to finish pumping out the remaining oil from a ship that hit the ground on Wednesday, causing a huge spill off the coast of Mauritius. They plan to transfer the fuel oil into land before the Japanese-owned MV Wakishio breaks up. Jacinta Obiko reports.
It was carrying 4,000 tons of fuel oil when it ran aground on Kura Reef on July 25th. Now, volunteers work day and night at a Megabore waterfront to pump out the oil from the ship. Ruben Pillay, director of a visual tour website, explains just how important the volunteers are to the operation.
The ship is about to break, and we expected it could have broken up already last night, but it's still holding. But what we've learned is that it is still being held back by only the top
metal plate that covers the surface of the ship, and that this is already fully cracked on the sides. Should the ship break, we would need to be prepared to absorb all this oil. So what's going to happen is that they are already right now over there where the ship is, installing buoys that surround the ship, so that should anything happen, they have some first level of protection there.
The spread in oil has been observed to cause serious damage to the ocean wildlife and coral reefs, which Mauritius is renowned for. Oil from the stricken vessel has reached some of the Indian Ocean islands' most pristine beaches, threatening corals, other local wildlife, and the country's tourism industry. But International Maritime Organization and other UN agencies have been helping to mobilize environmental and oil spill experts to coordinate a response.
And now on the foreign scene, U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo said on Wednesday his department did everything by the book in regards to arms sales to Saudi Arabia in 2019 after a government watchdog found the risk of civilian casualties in Yemen was not fully evaluated. His comments at the news conference during a trip to the Czech Republic came after a State Department Inspector General report earlier this week concluded the State Department did not fully evaluate the risk of civilian casualties in Yemen when it pushed through a huge 2019 precision-guided munition sale to Saudi Arabia. Pompeo also said there is growing understanding among many countries that security issues must be taken into account when developing new generation 5G communication networks. And a number of people have been seriously injured when a train derailed on the east coast of Scotland on Wednesday morning. First Minister Nicola Sturgeon has now declared it a major incident. Jacinta Obiku reports.
Smoke billowed from a woodland area at the bottom of a valley near Stonehaven, just south of the oil city of Aberdeen, after the ScotRail train derailed following heavy rains overnight. Speaking at the Parliament, First Minister Nicola Sturgeon says although details are still emerging, feared to say there are early reports of serious injuries.
It is an extremely serious incident on the rail line west of Stonehaven, where a ScotRail passenger train derailed earlier this morning. The emergency services are currently on site and a major incident has been declared. I have just come off a call with Network Rail and the emergency services, and although details are still emerging, I am afraid to say that there are early reports of serious injuries.
The suspected cause of the incident is a landslip. Eyewitnesses say the locomotive and 3 carriages derailed and slid down an embankment. At least 6 ambulances and an air ambulance have now responded to the incident.
Now in business news, members of the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria and the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources and some of its agencies on Wednesday commenced a 3-day warning strike. It was gathered that the senior workers downed tools at the Abuja headquarters of the FMPR in protest against the non-payment of their salaries for the past 3 months. The strike was also embarked upon by Pengasan to kick against the federal government's inclusion of its members in the Integrated Payroll and Personnel Information System. The association's National Public Relations Officer, who doubles as the Rivers State Secretary of the Trade Union Congress, Fortune Obi, confirmed the industrial action. And still ahead on the program is our roundup in entertainment and sports news. We will be back in a moment.
First of all, I think every Nigerian should know that nobody owes you anything.
Well, I've delivered my advocacy in a language I hope we understand.
Ni hao. So let's forget the charade that is decency. Nigeria is culturally bankrupt.
He brought up Big Brother. They're telling them that if you want to be famous, if you want to be noticed overnight, you want to be a star, this is your ladder in a country where there is no hope for you otherwise.
Let me take it up from there. We are a country where we punish good behavior and reward bad behavior.
If we all, the way we troop out to Canaan land, and we all troop out like that and say, we'll just sit down here on the express and won't go anywhere until government takes a decision.
It's easier said than done in the sense that clearly, otherwise we would have done it. Because going out and protesting without a goal is a pointless protest.
That approach is not working.
You have not protested.
No, hold on. No, hold on.
And now in entertainment, popular singer Davido has received a plaque from RCA Records after his 2019 album, A Good Time, hit over 1 billion streams worldwide. RCA Records is an American record label owned by Sony Music Entertainment, a subsidiary of Sony Corporation of America. The singer's personal assistant, Aloma DMW and Asa Sika, took to his social media page to break the exciting news as they congratulated him for his recent achievement. Aloma DMW also uploaded a video of the singer celebrating his latest feat while on an airport runway with his crew members. Davido's Good Time is his studio album, which was released in November 2019. And now in sports, this year's Paris Marathon has been cancelled, organizers said on Wednesday, as France battles against a resurgence of the COVID-19 virus. The marathon was originally due to take place on April 5, but had been postponed to November 15th because of the pandemic. After having tried everything to maintain the event, we, with the city of Paris, feel obliged to cancel the 2020 edition of the Schneider Electric Marathon de Paris and the Paris Breakfast Run, organizers said in a statement. France has reported over 236,000 infections and more than 30,000 deaths from COVID-19. And that's our news roundup of events at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do join us. I am Osaogie Ogbonwa.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Oto Ilogbo, a slum in the midst of the city.
This community came into existence in 1993 in the absence of a mass house to the teeming Lagosians. That's why some of us come to this community and create something out of nothing.
This is home to different people who share one thing in common, which is living in deplorable conditions.
No dualization of roads, no drainage, no proper water, no toilets, nothing like school.
If I sick, there is no way to pass, and we don't have antenatal here.
Since when I come this Lagos, now here I be staying. I have almost 8 children, plus grandchildren now.
I do contest for councillor for 4 times. I contest for local government chairman 2 times. If you people are in the seat, you cannot do the needful. Let people like us be in that seat and make sure that my people benefited in governance.
Premise Friday, 1:30 p.m.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Mona Lisa is all about me. It's all about you. It's all about our stories. The stories that never get told, but ought to.
Whereby water transportation does not make financial sense, it makes economic sense.
I was there for 2.5 hours on the floor. Nobody attended to me.
If we don't take care of the poor will take care of us.
It's about getting at the root of things and hearing from the horse's mouth.
We are 15 public hospitals to make them affordable.
In the whole of Africa, we are bigger. You know, Nigeria, we sleep, eat, dream, fashion.
Those with the financial backing don't see fashion as an investment, which makes no sense.
If they do it for free, they won't have money for the next case.
Mona Lisa is about real life and real lives, yours and mine. Make a date with Mona Lisa, and together, let's ensure that the important stories get told. Welcome to Mona Lisa, and we certainly have a rich menu in store for you. First up, we look into the state of our transportation system. Making Lagos our focal point, we examine the roadmap to decongesting the traffic hotspots of Nigeria. What are the consequences of continuing along the same line? We hear firsthand from a key player in the industry and, of course, from you, the commuters. Nigeria has a population of over 200 million, and Lagos constitutes over 10% of that. It is expected that mobility of the masses will be a logistics issue. We were told recently by the Minister of Power, Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, that most of the 300 billion naira allocated to road infrastructure in Nigeria has already been spent. Referred to as a city that never sleeps, Lagos has a population of over 21 million across nearly 1,000 square kilometers and is predicted to become the world's largest metropolis by 2100. In just 2 generations from 1960, the city of Lagos has grown 100-fold. Is it merely a problem of population growth outstripping developments of infrastructure? Is it the congestion problem indicative of human negligence and a failure to plan?
With a population of over 200 million, clearly congestion is a major issue for Nigerians. Lagos in particular is known for its epileptic traffic.
Basically, the traffic has been manic, to be honest. I kind of go out only when it's really important and when I know that there's no traffic.
Traffic in Lagos is generally been perennial, but in the last few weeks it's really worsened, especially along my roads, which the Lekki area. It's been terrible.
It's epic. I'll call it epic. I mean, someone described it as a tourist attraction, actually. So that means that it's something that people come to experience that they can't experience in other parts of the world.
Why are things the way they are? We went seeking reasons for this malaise.
I don't know what's causing this traffic. Maybe everybody has a car now or something, you know.
Most major cities are experiencing traffic issues, but employers are looking for innovative ways to actually work so that their employees remain productive.
A lot of the issues that we find in terms of car mobility on the roads is actually that our roads are not fixed. They have a lot of potholes, they have a lot of issues, and you end up having to slow down to make sure that you don't damage your car. That then builds up.
Aside from the daily headache, congestion has far-reaching consequences, sometimes resulting in a matter of life and death.
I actually feel sorry for the Lagosian worker because they have to, a lot of them experience hours and hours and hours in traffic every day. I mean, 4 hours going to work and 4 hours coming back from work. That's a full-time job already, so it is a bad situation.
Not too long ago, the nation was rocked by news of an explosion caused by a fuel-laden tanker along Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, Otedola Bridge, killing many people and raising about 67 vehicles.
The Otedola incident was principally as a result of I would say mechanical factor on the fact of the vehicle. But when we did our forensic investigation also, we discovered that that truck was actually carrying the number of liters he was carrying was more than what the head of the truck can actually push. Most importantly, our driving culture. Had it been that there were actually there were gaps, what we call the following distance between one vehicle and the other, I don't think that number of vehicles would have been affected.
With such a costly price tag, why is it that not enough is being seen to be done?
It's not a new thing. It's just that here, I don't think that we have the willpower to make the changes. Yes, everybody complains, but nobody has the will or nobody wants to do anything about it because it can actually be resolved.
A lot of the issues come with the fact that governments are not transparent. They don't give information out easily. If there was a plan, a long-term plan, I think people will feel like, okay, the tax I'm paying is going somewhere. I can see that in 1 year you've achieved what you said you would achieve. So transport planning and urban planning in general in Lagos State is a bit of an issue when it comes to long-term planning. And it's usually because of the change of government. It's problematic for citizens, it's problematic for government, it's problematic for the staff that work in government, it's problematic for the private sector.
With the population growing on a daily basis, clearly we cannot continue along the same trajectory. What should be our immediate and long-term roadmap to recovery?
We thought with the advent of the Lagos buses to actually force some people to go on the buses, and we have less vehicles on the road, but that doesn't seem to be working. But there is an opportunity in Lagos that is yet to be tapped, and that is the waterways. So there's a whole lot of opportunity that can be tapped by the Lagos State government by actually providing ferries. We've had about 4th Mainland Bridge for so long, and that's also, I think something is done about that. It can help to decongest Lagos. And of course, this is a very low-hanging fruit because we have a lot of potholes on our roads now, and especially with the last bout of rain, so it really worsened, and the traffic also worsened as a result of that. So if that can be tackled, I think that is the easiest thing to do really at the moment to ease traffic on Lagos roads.
Ekene Ezeji reporting for Mona Lisa on Plus TV Africa.
Well, I'm glad to say that the traffic did not hinder our guests from joining this vital discussion. We ferried to the 5 Cowries Terminal, Falomore, to join our distinguished experts for an analysis of the facts and to chart the way forward. How would you rate the transportation system in Lagos and, of course, in Nigeria overall?
Generally, transportation in Lagos, in my opinion, is something, it's a journey that we've just started in terms of being clear about what Lagos needs, and also in terms of the relatively small land area that we have, and in terms of investments that the governments, both at state and federal, have made into the transportation sector.
But then again, when people complain about the perennial traffic we face in Lagos, what is the thing that you're doing that we don't seem to see?
Well, you know, I've heard different versions of the same question that you've asked. And but I'd like to say to people that in order to understand a phenomenon, you need to contextualize it. Lagos is a city that has grown in leaps and bounds. In the 60s, just by around the independence period, Lagos had a population of under 3 million. So between then and now, that population has moved to 23 million. So Lagos was the political capital of Nigeria and economic capital. Even though the political has moved, the economic has increased in Lagos. So people from all different nooks and crannies of Nigeria head to Lagos seeking greener pastures, as they should do. But what that does is that because we have not, as a people, invested commensurately in the infrastructure that should drive that population, it was inevitable that we're going to get here. I think we've been fortunate in Lagos because we've had one political group that has been in government since 1999. So what that tends to accord us in Lagos is the prospect of continuity that you've talked about. If we talk about BRT, it wasn't started in this administration. It continued with Ambody, and you must have heard that some new buses, bus terminals are being constructed. That's building on the foundation that Fashola started in terms of the bus reforms. And it also allows us to learn from mistakes that we've made. For example, during the Fashola era, Lagos experimented with the bus rapid transit mode, which for all intents and purposes is a step in the right direction. But we also learned some important lessons because at the time, Lagbus was an operator. So we've learned since then that government should really not be in the business of business. So right now, we've reformed from being an operator to now being a regulator. And in my opinion, I think we should also be an enabler of the process that will provide efficient mass transportation for Lagosians.
Why are people, individuals, companies not rushing to invest in state transportation? Is it just solely something for the government?
From the research that I've done across different climes, there's one theme that is consistent. Public transportation is not terribly profitable. Let's use another city that's similar to Lagos. Let's use London, for example. London is to the UK what Lagos is to Nigeria. It's a commercial capital of the UK, and it also houses the stock exchange and most of the commercial activities that deepen the economy of the UK happen in London, just like it does in Lagos. For example, my opposite number in the UK told me that whenever there's a need for major infrastructure spend in London, the federal government over there, by whatever nomenclature it's called, pick up at least 40% of that cost, realizing the role that London plays in the overall economy. But unfortunately, since the political capital moved from Lagos, the federal might that should support the role that Lagos plays for Nigeria is no longer there. And it's something that I think we need to continue to agitate for.
So it's a clear role for the private industry or not?
Clearly, there's room for
and if there's the role for the private industry, what should that be?
The private capital will come into there, even in terms of our own state multimodal integrated transportation system we're unrolling in Lagos. The private sector has a role to play. For example, the people who are going to operate the buses and the ferries are not going to be government workers. It's going to be private sector people, because the profit motive is very important in making sure that very costly hardware, millions of dollars worth of ferries lasts. The biggest mega city in Africa. There should be a huge commitment on the part of the federal government. And we're not saying that because we're Lagosians. Lagos is home to people from everywhere in Nigeria. For example, the port in Lagos serves not only Lagos's 23 million people, the port actually serves 2/3 of Nigeria's 200 million population. All the imports there come through Lagos ports. Has there been commensurate investment in the infrastructure that attend the port?
Let's talk about the waterways.
Yes.
Is this actually working? Is it, how are people responding to the waterways transportation since its launch?
I think the waterways provide very great opportunity for us to develop that multimodal system. By multimodal in Lagos, by sheer divine providence, Lagos is blessed with an abundant water body, which we should harness to decongest the roads in terms of passenger and even cargo transportation, right? So Lagos's waterways are there. I've spoken to the different groups about it, even the World Bank. So whereby water transportation does not make financial sense, it makes economic sense. Because most of what you see on our roads, those containers, 40-ton containers, right? They put pressure on our roads. That's why those roads need to be repaired as often as they do, because those roads are built for like 3 or 4 tons. So that's why water transportation provides an opportunity, because a lot of that pressure from the port, which is by the water, should go onto Lagos waterways, for example, and taken through the water all across to Ikorodu on the waterline there. So most of the trucks coming from out of Lagos don't even need to get here. So we at Lagos State Ministry of Transportation have developed a blueprint from that we're taking through our own approval process.
What future projects are there in the pipeline?
If you notice even along our water landscape, you would have seen that there's even a new jetty in the Bariga area. If you go on 3rd Mainland Bridge, you just look there. You see there's a new jetty there, and there are different jetties being built up, and there's some more that are in the pipeline to be built. And we're also in the process of starting a pilot water transportation project in partnership with the University of Lagos, because the University of Lagos has research facilities to help us get the studies right. It also has a waterfront, and the university has agreed to collaborate with Lagos State through our ministry to start the process of doing to do the studies, first of all, of the students and the staff in different places that they live that are close to jetties around Lagos. So we can start that as a pilot. So with that pilot, then we intend to scale up. So we need to replace cars with efficient, high-capacity buses, which will be clean and affordable, like the new set that Lagos State has procured, over 820 of them, all air-conditioned and Wi-Fi enabled. So we need to take cars off the road and introduce those ones.
What about rail? Anything on that yet?
Yes, this administration has signed a contract with Alstom, which is a French company. They did that about 4 months ago, in which the first leg of the movement of Blue Line, we call it, the one that's meant to run from Okokomaiko. So we're going to start the one that comes from Orile to Marina. You'd have seen construction work. Yes, that should come on stream before too long.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much for coming on the show, Mr. Ladin Lawanson.
Thanks for having me.
When next you're held up in traffic, I imagine that the insight gained here will offer some comfort. Now, moving on to the next segment, where we join a notable personality as they chart their experience so far and attempt to predict what the future might hold. Welcome to The Journey. On this edition, we catch up with a woman after my heart. Mrs. Funmi Oyetunji's career that spans 35 years has experience in audit, financial services, banking and asset management, has a resume that is littered with names like Coopers and Librand, Z.O. Ososanye & Co. in Nigeria, KPMG in the UK. She is the author of the book, A Conscious Life. Mr. Oyetunji, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so fine, thank you. Okay, so you have an impressive track record of achievements and all of that. So were you brought up to believe that as a woman you can have it all? Does that sound sexist?
No, it's actually not sexist. It's based on statistics and the reality of our lives. I mean, IWD, International Women's Day, the other day was still talking about balance. So globally, there's still a lack of balance in the success or in the genders. So it's not sexist. It's what you ask because of the reality of our lives. I was very lucky that I had a dad who was very, very believing in me and did not raise me at all as the first child. He didn't raise me at all to think that I had a gender in the first place.
Given the sort of economy we are sitting on at the moment, what are the possible steps one can take to invest, to do proper investing in your business, and of course managing your wealth or money, basically?
So, Mona Lisa, you say I talk about the importance of money. I'm usually careful because there are two aspects of talking about the importance of money. There's the money is all, which is not healthy, but it will also be fooling oneself not to realize that most of the important things we have to do in life is predicated upon affordability and money. The school your children go to, the lifestyle you get, the kind of retirement you can plan yourself. It's all predicated on money. Your influence in the extended family, it's predicated on having what I call financial independence.
So, as a family woman, is it possible that you can have it all And what are the secrets to having it all?
Okay.
And are there any regrets?
I like that question because it's a question that bugs women, and it bugs women, and women don't know how to actually work around it for their own fulfillment. This year's IWD's theme is Balance for Better. I know they're talking about gender balance, but in my head, I have another slant to it. For a woman to be fulfilled in this day where we're trying to have family, have a good career, have a good business, and do everything, it is important that you know in your head what balance will fulfill you. I have had sacrifices whereby I became part-time working mother, where I traveled, where moved solely for the purpose of marriage. Those are sacrifices. On the other hand, I also knew what I had to be stubborn about in terms of my career. So it is left to each woman to define those different aspects and the balance that will have them fulfilled. And if you're able to achieve that, that's having it all. I think I would have been a terrible mother if I didn't